Good evening, happy Friday, and welcome to Last Call, where the whiskey flows and the fandom grows. Almost a year ago, I reached out to Michael from RetroBlasting because I was streaming about the pending failure of the HasLab Black Series Rancor project. Link to the video in the description below. And I actually got a comment back from Michael saying he liked the video and he had subscribed to the channel. I've wanted to book RetroBlasting as a guest ever since. RetroBlasting is the premier video channel specializing in humorous analysis and deconstruction of 1980s vintage toys and classic cartoons. But on a personal note, the channel is absolutely one of my favorites on YouTube. And this is not news to most of my regular viewers who have heard me talk about it so many times. Now I just hope this doesn't turn into the Chris Farley show. Top off your glasses and strap in. We're taking off right after this. From Kenner, Star Wars Holiday Special Collection comes Mala, Itchy, Lumpy, and all 20 action figures, including the new Bloodlow, Zutmore, and more, each sold separately. And now, Akmina, Star Wars Bartender, with her drink dispensing pitcher. Akmina is not yet available in stores, but you can get her free with 4 proofs of purchase from any Star Wars Holiday Special action figures. Details on specially marked packs at participating stores. Offer expires May 31st. Star Wars Holiday Special action figures, sold separately, from Kenner. Nothing like having a big guest to decide I'm just going to change everything up and try a new camera setup. Yeah, a little bit of lag. It's embarrassing. You have a big 112 subscriber guest and
112?
112,000 subscribers. Yeah. And on a little rinky-dink channel like mine, and decide, let's just throw caution to the wind and change the setup. But I don't know. I think getting Netter's face in here is definitely an improvement for this channel. I don't think it hurts.
So think you'll get a few subs tonight because I'm on with you?
We got a lot of great feedback from the the Geeky Geezers Pacelli edition. So so I think we got to do more stuff like this together. But anyway, what you sipping on tonight?
I have got a Diet Dr. Pepper.
Of course, that's awesome. Jameson Irish whiskey. I get one. Maybe I can convince her to give me a refill a little bit later if I sip it slowly. But anyway, real quick, let me bring in Age of Boomer, my regular designated driver. How you doing, my buddy, and what are you sipping on?
I'm doing okay. Well, other than the fact that I had my back molar removed today.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It was scheduled a while back, but I
has
didn't
the
want to be
numbness
here.
worn off yet?
Yeah, a little while ago, but I got certain pills that help with that. So hopefully I'll be able
So I don't have to ask what you're sipping on. You're kind of flying on something.
No, I don't know about that. I got myself some cold water. They said cold stuff today, but I'm happy to be here. Yeah, it's great to see Netter on screen actually too. No,
Isn't it great? Isn't it great?
Yes. Hello.
How you doing this week? Want to give us a quick update on the, getting back into your place and whatnot?
Well, like I said, we're working. We're working. I was trying to detile my dad's den, which apparently he put super glue underneath each and every tile. So I was doing that. Slow but steady. It's a lot of stuff to get through.
Are you staying in the house now, or are you not?
No, I'm still in the second location, but I still work at the house, like during the day and stuff, and also
Try
working
using
my
a
regular
hair
job
dryer.
as well.
It'll help loosen the glue.
That's not going to help with the super glue.
It might.
Well,
you know what? I'm willing to try anything, so I will give that a shot.
He's in Florida. I don't think a hair dryer is going to get any warmer than the ambient temperature. Boomer, we do have a stream set up, a special stream focusing on you December 9th with Emmy award-winning meteorologist Katie Nicolau.
I'm very excited about that. Yeah.
So hopefully you're back in the house and everything's good by then, and then we can.
Regardless, I'll do the stream.
But everybody, I want to not keep him waiting any longer. This is exciting. This is absolutely the biggest YouTuber I've ever had as a guest. Usually, my guests are people that are like myself, haven't hit the $1,000 mark yet, and we're just a community trying to help each other out. But I figured I'd shoot for the moon. You heard the monologue. This incredible YouTube channel that I really, really like. Commented one of my videos, and I'm like, I'm going to try and see if he'd come on my channel. And then I kind of lost my nerve over time. And it took Jedi Bill telling me, he's good people. He's just like you see on the, on his show. And I'm like, okay, I just got to get over myself. I'm going to reach out to him and so here he is. Let's bring in Michael French of RetroBlasting. How you doing, Michael?
Good. How are you?
Real good. What you sipping on?
Well, so
there's a story.
Hey. First of all, I have, as you know, dropped in on a number of your shows over the past year.
You have,
and
you're a lurker.
I do lurk, but I also comment. And what I noticed, and I took it in before I knew I was going to be on the show. One, I said, Troy always dresses for the show. And I was like, you know what? I cannot show up to this event looking like I didn't take this as seriously as Troy does. So I decided that in a reflection of my personality, you've kind of got that sort of almost post-war, early 60s kind of, vibe going on.
I like to think so.
I'm more of a pre-war 30s kind of guy, with my look. But I thought, you know what? Fine hats are fine hats, right?
Absolutely.
So I said, I'm going to put on my fine hat, and I know that this is last call. So here's the end of my story. Tim Hayes is in the chat. Tim Hayes is a very good friend of mine. Tim Hayes is, Netter, I think you're going to appreciate this. Tim Hayes is always making sure that people are moderating, moderating, right? Yeah. So Tim Hayes, I'm assuring you right now, as he can tell you, I drink very rarely, but when I do, it's with good people, and I always have one, right?
Okay.
So I have brought something tonight to drink with you at the beginning at the top of the show. So
awesome.
Nice.
Let me just grab it.
Yeah.
Nope, that's the wrong thing. Hold on.
The whip.
Was that an orange whip?
No, that's the wrong thing. Hold on.
Oh,
okay.
Good thing I'm not monetized. I just got demonetized.
I was looking for that.
Yes, I've seen that.
Okay, so I have brought Old Overholt whiskey.
Wow.
For those of you that don't know what this was Doc Holliday's favorite drink. And it was the favorite whiskey of, I believe, 2 different presidents.
Nice.
So I will be having a little bit of this tonight, which is good because I've had a residual cough, and there's nothing better to suppress.
I was thinking exactly that when I saw the Patreon video. I was like, a little bit of whiskey would really help with that.
Yep. So, to you, sir. I give myself a little bit more of that. All right, we're good. I'm gonna steal this up, and we're gonna get started. All right.
Salud.
Salud.
You, sir.
Salute.
Well, we can't see your glass, Boomer.
I got a bottle of water.
That's
cold
fine.
water. They said
fine.
drink cold and eat
Tell
cold.
us how
today.
smooth is it, Michael?
Oh gosh, look, it's a rye whiskey. It is. Let's read some stats here. It's 100 proof, straight rye whiskey, made in Kentucky, born in Pennsylvania. It's got a guy on it who looks like a more sinister version of the Quaker Oats man. And I've had this whiskey ever since I traveled to Tombstone, Arizona, and I was there in the main strip that night, and Melinda and I went to one of the historic saloons. And I said, give me whatever Doc Holliday would have had.
And that was a bottle that Doc Holliday actually held, right?
No. But this is the brand that Doc Holliday preferred.
Yeah.
And it's still being made today. It's actually, since COVID, it's been quite hard to find in the distribution because it's not as highly distributed as other whiskeys. It's not a Knob Creek or a Jack Daniels. As a matter of fact, not to talk alcohol for too long, but
No, this is probably this is what I love, and I never have guests on that get into this stuff.
yeah. So I was born in Tennessee, so you would think that I would know everything about Jack Daniels. The only thing I know about Jack Daniels is that it's made in Tennessee, right? But I've always been a Jameson guy, like you are. I've always been a whiskey guy. Like I've never been a beer guy or a wine guy. So I've always been very like one drink and then I move on with my life. You know, I can count on one hand the number of drinks I have in a year, right? Because I'm just not. So it's funny. A lot of guys that I know who are friends of mine, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you drink whiskey? Let's have a whiskey." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I see them like pouring ice or Coke on it, and I'm like, "What are you doing, dude?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, I'm drinking whiskey," and I'm like, "Nah." And they're like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Look, man, when Indiana Jones was sitting there thinking Marion was dead, and that monkey was wailing on that table in lament, Indy didn't have no ice or no Coke."
Yeah,
I was like, so I've always my child mind was trained to go, when you drink whiskey, you drink it straight. Yeah, you don't drink. And
absolutely.
So that's how I've always looked at it. So
I don't know if you can tell by the sound.
Oh, I can, but that's because you're like a more casino late 50s, early 60s kind of guy.
Those are whiskey stones.
Oh, well then fine. You're absolved. That's
absolutely. Yeah. Normally, although this is
it's a
yeah. That was my Christmas gift from her this past Christmas. I like it cold. I like it warm too, honestly. But I like to put the Jameson bottle in the freezer and then pour it. And I keep the glass and the stones in the freezer too. Right. So that
stays cold throughout.
But
that is a neat hat trick. That is a neat hat trick. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying that's a
there you go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And before we get too much further, I want to say, Melinda, feel better.
Yeah, Melinda. You couldn't hear what we were talking about in the green room, but I was lamenting that you couldn't join us tonight. But Michael was saying, I think I gave her the.
It's on the edge right now. There's the chance that she will dodge it like the Falcon dodged asteroids in Empire Strikes Back. We still have that chance.
But what I was saying is, even if she doesn't, you won't know the difference because women tend to take it on a lot easier than men do. Men tend to be babies when we get sick.
Right. So, True.
But yeah, I saw your Patreon video. I'm like, oh crap, he's sick. And he's like, no, this is where I'm going to be tonight. And I'm like, what a trooper. I super appreciate it.
No, man. But dude, you know what made that an easy decision? It wasn't just the fact that I wasn't having to come up with the agenda. Yeah. It was literally also the fact that you call yourself Last Call. And I was like, oh, I'll be having a shot of whiskey as the show starts, so I won't be coughing the whole show.
Good point. Excellent point. Yeah.
Your format made this possible despite adversity.
See, there we go. There's justification for the whole purpose of my channel. Real quick, I want to say hi to the first tonight, who is of course Tim Hayes. It was because Tim Hayes said he said I'm on Michael French's Patreon, and he had a brief morning video message. He reminded me he would be a guest on here tonight. And although I told Michael this back in the green room, I want to make it clear I didn't bring Michael on because I was trying to grift and trying to, pull in notoriety from his 100,000+ viewers. But I super appreciate that. And I went, as soon as I saw Tim, I was like, I know that name. I've seen him around the community. And I went to his channel. I'm like, oh, I'm already subscribed. So clearly we're running in the same circles and whatnot, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But
the best community has popped up over, I'd say, the last 2 or 3 years. And what I love about it is it's not some kind of network. It's not some kind of named entity. It's literally just a bunch of people who are like-minded in the sense that they're all independently minded?
I think it's because we are using social media the way social media should have been meant to be.
That's
you know, I think that's what it really is. But I don't think I've ever had close to 30 viewers in one stream. So let me as quickly as I can. I'm just going to go through, say hi to my regular Blue Wrench, my hardest working guy in the YouTube community, Deleted Scenes. Thanks so much for being here. John DeMarco, good to see you, my friend. Michelle. Yeah, I'm halfway through my first one. Melinda, I hope you're feeling better. Glad that you're here with us nonetheless, even if you're not on camera. You are awesome. Scuba Pete, good to see you, my friend. Clobbering Times. I'll tell you what, Clobbering Times knows more about comics than he's forgotten more than I know.
Oh my God.
He's amazing. And yet he and I have chewed a lot of the same comic book ground. I don't know how old he is, but I'm guessing we're close in age. And
so I'm going to give Melinda all credit on that one because she's the one. So Melinda and I were at Dragon Con 2011. And I wanted to go to this Transformers panel. I don't remember why. And Melinda said, hey, I'm going to sit on these couches at the Marriott and just rest. That was back when they didn't take the couches up like jerks. You know, they
right, exactly.
And I said, okay, I'll be back in an hour. So she sat there. And there was this guy named Mike who was sitting there. And they started ragging on the Star Wars prequels together. And when I got back, he was already gone. But Melinda said, hey, I met this great guy. His name's Mike. He's really awesome. I told him that I thought you two guys would get along real well. I said, cool. So the next morning, I find myself at a Star Wars panel with Gary Kurtz when he was still alive. And I was asking him a very pointed question about his thoughts about why George Lucas's prequels ended up the way they did. Because Gary Kurtz left after Empire Strikes Back. After the panel was over, I'm literally out in the middle of the Marriott amongst 50,000 other people. And this guy comes walking up to me out of nowhere. And he says, you asked the question about Gary Kurtz you asked the question to Gary Kurtz about George Lucas at the panel. And I said, yeah. He goes, you're Michael French, aren't you? Now, I had no YouTube channel back then.
Yeah.
And I went, yes. He goes,
yes, I am.
He said, I could just tell. He said, your girlfriend Melinda told me about your passion and point of view towards Star Wars. I knew that was you. And since then, he and I have been fast friends. Like, we are, we're real good friends. Yeah. He's good people.
Yeah. Let's see. Kyle L48. Stephen M. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm going to butcher this. Can you help me out with that?
Oh,
Michael?
Reclaimers Toy Talk. That's Matt Wofford.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay. Scott Hughes. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of names that I know, you know, Laser Pants, Evelyn Hampton.
I love that name.
Yeah. Laser Pants, right? Evelyn Hampton. Okay. So Michael, regular lurker in the chat. Evelyn Hampton is a real life personal friend of ours. She is our admiral in our Klingon fleet. Maj Ka. Evelyn, thanks so much for being here. She is awesome. I have a sister channel called Kartan the Klingon Cleric, which I'm not doing a lot with because I haven't been feeling very Trekky lately. But
I can understand why.
Yeah. But I get real nostalgic around the holidays, and I seem to post on that channel every time we get close to the holidays because I have a Klingon holiday video up over there. I've got a Klingon cooking video that's done very, very well over there. And I want to start doing videos, if I can find the time, get my schedule figured out, to put the bumps on, put the wig on, put the uniform on, and, you know, film a video. But you can imagine.
Yeah, that's a lot of prep for possibly very little payoff. Yeah.
And it would be great if I could do all that with like filters or something like that, but I'm an old fart. I don't know how to do any of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to keep going through these real quick.
Sure.
Keith Holmesley.
Yep.
Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Keely Chow. Always there. Always there. So glad to see you. If I do miss anyone, don't feel slighted. I am not used to having so many viewers in one stream. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I'm saying hello to everybody as I'm seeing them. Hopefully I've got everyone. If I missed anyone, hi, sweetie.
Netter is the encourager. She says hi, sweetie, to everyone. Wow, Lio Convoy. Wow. The big YouTubers bring out the big YouTubers. Let me tell you, I'm a guy. I kind of really am. Lio Convoy did a video. I got to be very careful here. He did a video about a YouTuber that Aged Boomer and I know very well. Aged Boomer. And I shared that video with you a while back. Lio Convoy became kind of a personal hero of mine after that video. He was, so just a little backstory. Aged Boomer and I met through another YouTuber that we were very involved with that we supported a great deal. We liked him a lot. He was publishing a comic, a Comicsgate kind of comic thing that we supported as much as we could, and he does a lot of talking about writing and so forth, and we totally got into what he, but for a guy who considers himself to be a Christian and a Bible scholar and whatnot, he ended up being a real ass when I made a comment on one of his videos that disagreed with him. Just like I'm sure you and I, Michael, would probably disagree on something here or there, but we disagree, whatever. Still love each other.
Move on, yes. I mean, Troy and I disagree on things all the time.
He blocked me on all social media. And I'm like,
disagreement on a topic is never the issue, and that's what people never figured out about me. They're like, "Oh, Michael blocks people." I'm like, I block people because you come at me personally like a spider monkey.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like you could walk into my house for the first time on a planned meet, and you could literally shake my hand and go, "I think The Empire Strikes Back sucks," and I'd go, like, I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Like,
you're a nut burger. Let's have a drink. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah, that same person blocked me shortly after just because of association.
Yeah, just because she's married to me. I'm like, that is a huge ass. And then he sends me a card, like a mass card or whatever, after my brother died. I'm like, dude, I used to send you Christmas, gifts and gifts for your daughter, and you block me on social media. Don't even come trying to none of that stuff,
Right.
Well, I didn't know he did that, though.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you about that one, Boomer.
That's all right.
But Big Al Presents, good to see you, my friend. Matthew Flynn, I was just on, he was just my guest a week or two ago. Thanks so much for being here, my friend. Laser Pants. Hi. I'm just not used to seeing your icon in my
Oh,
in
it
my
sounded
chat.
you. I probably said hello to you twice.
I'm certain, no doubt about it. Scott Hughes. Loki's Morning Mischief. I was on his channel a while back. Don't tell my boss because it was during work. But thanks so much for being here, Loki. It's good to see you, my friend. Yes, and we'll finish off with. Well, no, we're not going to finish off because I'm 3/4 of the way through. Evelyn says, let's see how good my Klingon is. Iwij Jaj. May your blood scream. Absolutely.
So that was a cool commercial you made up, Troy.
Thanks so much.
I helped.
She absolutely did. Camera setup was Boosh McFadden. Thanks so much for being here, my friend.
Yeah, I'm his cameraman.
She is my camera person. Okay, we'll do it that way. Jedi Bill, we were just talking about you a little while ago. Good to see you, my friend. Going through these as quickly as I can.
Did you say hello to Scuba Pete?
I thought I did, but if I didn't, Scuba Pete, sorry. Sir Torrin Clegane, regular guest, regular lurker, Matanui. Matanui, I will never block you on social media for anything you ever say. You are allowed to disagree with me. I know that you have had issues like that in the past with other YouTubers. He's always walking on eggshells, and it's like, dude, you're awesome. You are always good with me. And I think I'm caught up. I think I got everybody. If I didn't say hi to you, it's not because I don't think you're awesome. Dropping Lewis, I don't want to insult you by messing up your last name.
Savitra?
Savadra?
He is a long-standing friend and supporter of RetroBlasting and good people. I've known him for years, and it's so exciting that he's here tonight. So,
yeah, oh no, I figure anybody who's here is probably, if you've never been here before, you came here because of Michael. We're probably destined to be good friends. Pacific 414, previous guest of the channel. Super appreciate all your support, my friend.
And I encourage everyone in the chat to sub to one another.
Absolutely. I don't expect deleted scenes to drop everybody's link. Tonight's a busy one, but if you guys could search each other out, make sure you're subscribed. Like we were saying a little bit earlier, let's build this community and use social media the way it really ought to be used. You know, all the links for everyone who's in the panel tonight is down below. And I figure everybody who's here, even my viewers, are probably already subscribed to RetroBlasting. But if you're not, that's linked below too.
And when you do subscribe to someone, drop a couple comments on their vids, open up a new tab, and just let their videos play
their videos,
so that YouTube knows you're not a bot.
Yep.
I have lost so many subscribers because YouTube thinks they're bots.
Because if all 25 of you subscribe to me tonight, I will lose those subscriptions tomorrow if you don't spend some time on some of my videos. Anyway,
yes.
Got the greetings out of the way because these people are important to me. They really, really are. I'm sure you understand that, Michael. But,
I don't care about anybody.
You don't care about anyone because you're a jerk. You're and you like reproduction toys.
Oh, I know. I like reproductions, and I'd throw your babies in a well if I could. Yeah, I'm horrible.
You like counterfeit, illegal toys, and you hate puppies. No.
That's right.
I got to thank you because some of those figures that were in that little video that I did were because of like Pro Custom and some of the other outlets that you brought to my attention over the years. So you might have noticed the rocket firing Pro Custom.
Yes.
Boba Fett in there, and a couple of my own personal customs that will be I'll probably be doing videos of hopefully in the next couple weeks.
Nice.
But I see videos that talk about DVDs that have come out, toys that have come out, and so on and so forth. I like to do videos about stuff that never came out and should have. I like to create things that don't exist that should have.
Okay.
So Nanette will always, when Nanette was sitting, face to face with me, behind her were all of our over 1,000 DVDs, some of which are my own personal constructions of things that never existed. The Doctor Who Lost episodes reconstructed by, what's that outfit? Loose Cannon, made my own DVDs, so I have as complete a collection as you can have and stuff. Stuff that's never been released, you find it out on the YouTubes or you find it out on the Ethernet, wherever. Pull it down, make your own DVD. Always own physical media, even if you can't buy it commercially. Make sure that you have it so they can't ever take it away from you. I will still buy them if they ever release them. The holiday special. The Star Wars Holiday Special. I have multiple versions of it in a really cool multi-disc collection, including, videos of my rewatches on my channel and other people's channels.
And they're all bad.
They're all bad.
It doesn't matter if they find a 4K scan of the original telescene. It's still going to be, crappy. Like,
actually, there is one of the ones that I have in that collection is a first generation scan of one from, I don't know what net. Oh, Huio, WHIO in Ohio.
Does it make the content any better?
No. What does is a YouTube channel called Thank the Maker did a fan edit of it that he must have had to have taken down. It's not out anymore, but I have it preserved as physical media.
Right.
And he does some great stuff with that. He added some scenes. He cut out a bunch of filler.
Yeah.
Which is mostly all the you know,
spin.
Yeah. He puts very funny subtitles for the Wookiee talk and whatnot. There's the scene where they talk to Princess Leia and C-3PO by remote, and she gets up and walks around the console, and she stumbles, and Mala goes, "Rawr!" And the subtitle is, "Looks like Princess Leia is already celebrating the holiday cheer."
Real
That
quick,
kind
I
of
want to
thing.
say hello to Skipper Kenner.
Skipper Kenner, another real life friend of mine
He's been friends with us forever.
He's for as long as we've been since we've been dating, actually, and probably my biggest instigator on this channel. He knows how to push my buttons and get me started on stuff.
So Troy, I got to ask in the avenue that we're discussing right
Yeah.
now, what does it take for you personally to want to watch a fan edit of something?
Generally, dissatisfaction with the original. So like the holiday special. The holiday special is a great example. It's like, I have great nostalgic memory of it because I saw it when it debuted. It only debuted the once. And I was sitting in front of my TV and I saw it. And I have the memory of it. Let's see, what year did that come out? That was 78, 79?
Yeah, 78 or 9, something like that.
So I was about 9 years old at the time. So I remember all the Wookiee scenes. I remember the Han Solo and the stormtrooper going off the edge and whatnot. And I was like, man, this was Star Wars on TV. As an adult, I go back and watch it and I'm like, Diane Carroll is Wookiee porn? Ew. You know?
Was like the version you had in your head different than what you
yes.
had? Okay.
Yeah. Kind of like things like Speed Racer, too. Speed Racer is another one I have great memories of as a kid. As an adult, I'm like, why did I like this again?
Skipper Kenner said that's called PTSD.
PTSD. No, that's the eyes of a child, right? I mean, I was bored when I was watching the musical numbers and whatnot, but I lived through the 70s. I lived through all those variety shows. So you know.
The reason I asked is because I remember almost immediately after the Phantom Menace hit home video that people were trying to do early internet fan edits of the Phantom Menace. And they have since been trying to convince the rest of the fan community that you can improve the Star Wars prequels. The truth is that you can't. There's no actual way to make those films watchable or compelling.
Yeah.
But by contrast, a film like the bloated extended edition trilogy of The Hobbit can actually be cut down to the book.
Yes.
So in some instances, I go, I'm willing to sit there and watch that fan edit. On the other hand, I go, I've already attempted 2 different improvements on Phantom Menace. This trilogy cannot be improved. I will not be wasting my time with that. Yeah. So that's why I asked.
I dig exactly what you're saying, and you kind of sum it up really well. That Hobbit fan edit is a perfect example. You have enough good footage. Thanks, sweetie.
That's it.
I told you I might be able to talk her into allowing me a second one. So I got to slow down.
And don't get me wrong, he only drinks on Fridays.
She is more concerned about my reputation than I am. She doesn't want anyone to think I'm an alkie, despite how I try to convince people that I am, and put that impression forward. But yeah, I have that Hobbit because it basically takes the footage we have and brings it down to the actual story of the Hobbit.
Right.
Another one is there are two versions of Dracula that are as close as you can get to the actual novel. One is Bram Stoker's Dracula, the Francis Ford Coppola film. The other is the BBC Dracula.
Right.
I have a fan edit of the Francis Ford Coppola. As you remember, Bram Stoker's Dracula's tagline was "Love Never Dies." The fan edit's tagline is "Love Never Was," and it takes out all of those, elements and whatnot.
Right.
And as soon as it does that, it immediately makes it that much more closer to the novel.
Interesting.
And I love it. That's the version that I choose to watch.
Yeah.
Star Wars fan edit that I just saw recently, the Patterson cut of Obi-Wan Kenobi. 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
I think it's closer to what was probably originally intended for Obi-Wan, because it was originally written as a movie, and then in typical Disney Plus streaming fashion, they stretched it out into unnecessary numbers of episodes. The Reva still dies after she gets impaled, simplifies the story, focuses on Obi-Wan. It's better.
Right.
I still don't understand why it exists.
Right.
It's a story that didn't need to be told.
Uh-huh.
This was the same thing with a lot of elements in the prequels, actually. It's a story that we kind of already knew in our head well enough. We didn't need to go back to that well. I will say one tiny thing, and I normally don't defend Disney, but it's in intellectual honesty, I've got to say to Disney, you notice they're focusing on prequels because they don't want to touch anything that's after. They don't want to go back to the well of the failed sequels. So they're staying where they know people actually care about it.
Sure, but I think it's also because they quickly realize they're very bad at coming up with new things that are compelling and make sense. In other words, if they stay within these parameters, whether it's Rogue One, Solo, or Obi-Wan, or even Andor, right?
Yeah.
They know it's like, well, we're on rails with this story. It has to start here and it has to end here somehow.
Yes.
And even with that, their writers are so bad that even within those rails, like with Obi-Wan, they still mess everything up. Where it's like, you've broken the logic of the events of A New Hope, even within those parameters. And imagine, like, they're trying to avoid the disaster of the sequel trilogy over again, which was 10 times worse than everything that's happened in these ancillary shows.
Yeah.
But that just, it baffles me. It's like, you guys have the Star Wars Bible here. You are the keeper of the keys.
Yeah.
And somehow,
because the keeper of the keys decided they want to rework those keys and throw all that stuff out and start from scratch. And it's, I mean, I don't want to get into a,
No.
You know how it is. It's just,
I would rather see a Star Wars story from them. Literally, just a Star Wars story called Star Wars Chuddy McChudderface, and it's just about some dude who's like out in the boonies of some planet we've never heard of, and he's like making mud bricks to sell.
Yeah.
Like, that would be more compelling to me at this point than anything they're trying to do. Oh, let's fill in more gaps here and shine another flashlight in this little cobwebby area that no one ever really cared about looking into anyway. Well, it's one of the things. I don't want to drop a bomb here, but I'm just gonna say it since we're on the topic. When George Lucas wrote his big treatment that we know wasn't actually as pre-planned as he said it was still heavily reworked film to film.
I read the Bantha tracks in the 70s and 80s. I know what he said then. Okay.
Right. And he keeps changing his story. So
I have the receipts because I have the original Bantha tracks.
Right. But people have bought into the Kool-Aid that, he's always had this plan. There was a reason that at that time they had this whole thing lined up, and they went, we need to start with the Civil War. We need to start with that blockade runner chasing being chased by that Star Destroyer. We need to start right in the middle.
That N Medius Res was just, it grabs you right from the beginning.
Right. But here's my philosophical point on that whole thing after a lifetime of thinking about it. Because as Gen Xers, we have nothing better to do than think about Star Wars, right? I
Probably not, especially these days.
I accept that. Social media was really created for thinking about Star Wars, arguing about it, and porn. That's really about it. So,
and not Wookiee porn.
No. If you've decided that you're going to start here because this is the most compelling place to start the story, and I think that they made the right call, then doesn't that by default say that telling everything that happened before that is really unnecessary?
Yeah.
I mean, because you got it set up enough in the conversations they have that you don't really need it.
And here's the thing about that. I think it's the bigger. We always talk about the injection of social messaging and everything, revisionist history, conspiracy theories, and all this kind of stuff that's ruining media.
Right.
But I think a bigger problem, and people like Critical Drinker and Script Doctor bring this up a great deal. It's just bad writing. Right. You can get away with your social messaging if it's a compelling story and you understand storycraft. And unfortunately, anyone that's going to go back and do a prequel probably doesn't.
Right.
We have built up a story in our mind because that's how the story was told.
Right.
A story was told with lines that say, he's too much like his father. That's what I'm afraid of. Then later you find out Vader was Luke's father. Okay, all of this makes sense. I don't need to see it. I know the story. And I know you know a lot of the lore from back in the 70s.
Yep.
But some of our younger viewers might not. We had, before there even was an EU, I mean, right around the time we started the EU with Splinter of the Mind's Eye, right? That was the first EU book. But we had story from little lines that George Lucas would drop in interviews and stuff like that, Journal of the Wills and, things like that. That me and my friends, we had this idea. We knew about Mustafar and the battle on the lava flow way back before there was an Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
But our idea was that he fell into a volcano, and that's why Obi-Wan thought he was dead and left. Not because he saw him lying there and on fire and walked away. It's like, the hell?
Yeah.
You were my brother, and now I'm going to let you burn to death. I mean, and he was he wasn't picked up by Emperor Palpatine. He was picked up by this order of monks called the Sith that trained him in the way of the Sith. And so we had all of this, idea of what Lucas was going for. And then, of course, I understand you change the script as you go forward, but don't change the stuff that laid the groundwork for it, because then when he got around to the prequels and started changing it and tried to tell too much in 3 movies. I've told Boomer and others, Skipper Kenner will be one who will say he's the one who convinced me to do it. He's probably right. That Clone Wars cartoon series, not perfect, but pretty good. And if it did nothing else, it fills in all the gaps of the prequel that the prequel should have had, laid out in story.
Right.
Because it's a big sweeping war, and those details are important. I love one of the things I love in the and you'll appreciate this, I think, Michael. They start out some of the Clone Wars episodes with the equivalent for like newsreels. What's going on in the war today?
Yep.
Telling a story of what's going on around the galaxy. And it's like, that is very George Lucas, very World War II-ish. That's good storytelling,
And yet, what did George Lucas do in the writing process of the Clone Wars? He walked in and was like, "Hey, you know what? Let's not even tell these in chronological order. Let's jumble them up and jumble them around."
Yeah.
So you then have to go on StarWars.com and get the right order of episodes to watch them. I know I did it, and watch them in the right chronological order. If it's officially on StarWars.com, then you know it's like, oh man, George is
this is
weird.
Well, you see it when you look at the original trilogy and you look at the prequels, right?
Mm-hmm.
George is a great idea guy. He's a great visual artist. He's kind of like Zack Snyder. He's good at putting things on screen that look good, you know? But he needs sometimes to be reined in. He needs a little bit of tweaking. I mean, look, listen to an interview with Mark Hamill talking about some of the dialogue from Star Wars. You know, it's like, I can't say this.
Right.
He memorizes these goofy lines and he can repeat them to this day, but it's like, this is chunky and dumb. And
those were the audition lines, because they script doctored the crap out of that script afterwards on Fox's mandate.
Yep.
Is, you know, we're gonna, and that's why you got better dialogue in that original film. Whereas,
well, and you've seen the Marsha Lucas, you know, stories about how she saved Star Wars in the editing and stuff.
Marsha saved it in the editing. Katz and Hook saved it in the script doctoring.
Yeah.
Alec Guinness saved it just by being on set and making it. No, really.
No, you're absolutely right.
No, I believe you. No, he's a
because
great
if George
actor.
had his way, it would have been laser sword. But Alec Guinness said lightsaber, which was fancier, so we went with that. Like, all those people came to get Gary
awesome.
Kurtz. Gary Kurtz was massive influence in making that work. Alan Ladd. So when George Lucas, I mean, think about it. Do you think that team of people would have let any Star Wars movie start with the taxation of trade routes is in dispute?
Yeah. Now, I admit this. This is one thing I will admit. I'm a weirdo. I like the political stuff. I like, you know, the tax law kind of stuff. I'm a geek about that.
Would you have
goofiness.
liked it when you were 7?
Good point. Good point. Probably not. As an adult, I do.
Here's what else. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, it boomer.
Well,
I've been kind of talking over you the whole time.
Do you think that if they had started with Attack of the Clones and then had a movie in between that Revenge of the Sith that filled in those gaps like the Clone Wars do you think it would have been a better prequel trilogy?
He's asking that because I have asserted that on this channel.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Repeat your question one more time.
Yeah.
If they had started with Attack of the Clones as the first movie and then had a second movie to fill in the gaps between that and Revenge of the Sith where it dealt with the actual war, would it have been a better trilogy? You think it would have been?
Well, yeah, because Phantom Menace is a massive waste of time.
Yes. Thank you.
Massive waste of time.
I don't think I've ever heard you say that, Michael, but it just tells me again that we're kind of simpatico on this.
And yet, at the same time, I still think Phantom Menace is, and hear me out, Phantom Menace is the best film of the 3. But that's
I see why you say it. You mean technically.
Not because it works for the Star Wars saga.
Right.
I'm saying that compartmentalizing it, Phantom Menace is actually the best film of the 3. As Troy just said, the political stuff is more intriguing, things like that.
Yeah.
It's not really it's a terrible Star Wars movie, but it's a better film than the other two.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Attack of the Clones, like, wow. Like, that movie is it's like a bottle rocket that never goes off, or it goes off in the wrong direction. I mean,
I think the biggest problem with Phantom Menace is when you put it together with Attack of the Clones.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the two different actors playing Anakin, with the age difference. It makes that whole relationship with Padme incredibly creepy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that whole thing, you know, Anakin, the way that Obi-Wan talked about him in the original Star Wars film, you thought they were peers. You thought they were two guys that were about the same age. And so when you see that Anakin's like almost 20 years younger than Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he's like over half a decade younger than Padme, you're like, what kind of creep factor is about to happen in the next movie on this one? Because there's some going on here.
I totally get the whole it's like the stories that you hear about a female teacher and an underage boy, and it's like if you're the underage boy, you're like, yeah, dude, awesome. But if you're an adult, you're like, that is just so wrong.
What I'm really trying to do is do a Star Wars version of The Graduate, because I think it's like,
I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was 10 years old, I'd have been like, Natalie Portman, yes, give me some of that, please.
I just had the image of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ewan McGregor, Obi-Wan Kenobi banging on the, I guess on the glass in the church or something. During this. I don't know why that popped in my head.
When you said banging and stopped, I was concerned.
No,
about
I meant at
that.
the end of the ceremony. It's like, no.
I was gonna say that's a whole different movie. That's the one on the hub, but actually, you know this, Michael. The original story was that there was like this love triangle between Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme. Well, we didn't even know it was Padme at the time, but it was meant to be like an Arthurian Lancelot kind of thing, and I think that would have been brilliant because that fits so well with George.
mm-hmm. Did we lose him?
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was me. Okay.
Nope. I think we lost.
We lost him for a sec.
We lost him.
I didn't realize they were going to do a love triangle.
George Lucas's
okay.
ideas about mythology. Hello, am I still there? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, you tapped out. You're saying
okay.
it was just like you said. It was like Arthurian stuff. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and so much of Star Wars, and he's told this before. He's just retelling mythological stories.
Mm-hmm.
That's brilliant. And then he got away from that for whatever reason, and it's like, and then of course you get to the whole, she died from a broken heart. Is that your scientific droid, interpretation of why she died in childbirth? It's just...
But that's the thing. Lucas has a pattern, a precedent of changing things in midstream because of whatever's going on in his real life at the time. So that goes all the way back to Return of the Jedi, where he was like, I'm tired and I don't want to do more Star Wars films at the pace I've been doing them. So I'm going to cauterize this story with all of its stuff that was supposed to carry on into a sequel trilogy. I'm going to just make Leia Luke's sister in Return of the Jedi to wrap up that other thing. I'm going to do a few other things and wrap this up, which compromises the plan, right?
Yeah.
And then he waits too long to do the prequels. So we've already had, since 1977 to 1999, all this time to think about what that story was. From 1983 to 2015, plus all of his licensed novels, we've had all of this time to think about what the sequels were going to be, or even find stories we preferred. That by the time they got around to those, it's too late. You've got to keep things moving at a clip.
Yeah.
Like, you
I know that as a YouTuber.
Yeah. You really do. When you're doing a saga like that, you've got to stay ahead of the audience. And you've got maybe at most 3 to 5 years to stay ahead of them before they start to get expectations that are blown out of proportion. Or not blown out of proportion, I should say. You can't give them time to think up a better idea.
Yeah.
You got to keep them on the ride.
So I think that young George Lucas, out of film school, had the technical knowledge, had the ambition,
right?
Had the education he needed, and he at the time had the right team around him.
Right.
By the time the prequels come along, he's too full of himself, doesn't have a team around him because no one can say boo to him. And we get what we get. Then he turns it over to a corporation.
Right.
That is doing everything by committee, and it gets even worse.
Yeah, and that's just the Star Wars story. I mean, when we're talking about any of the things that he's worked on, let's take Indiana Jones, for example.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones was supposed to be the Raiders films. It was going to be Raiders of the Lost Ark, then Raiders of the Temple of Doom, and then so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Well, they got to Indiana Jones, the second one, and they, on paper, they stuck with their plan, which was each Indiana Jones film is going to be gritty, edgy, serialized action adventure with a very esoteric archaeological supernatural plot, right? It's going to be this kind of boom, boom. Well, before they even got done filming, they got worried about the darkness of the second movie. And they were like, we need to start inserting jokes. So during the production of the movie, they started trying to lighten the mood of the film they were making by inserting jokey stuff into the movie. Yeah. In the background, George Lucas and his marketing team were like, well, Indiana Jones is really like the Banner character. So let's change the title to Indiana Jones and the. So you have those now. 80% of the original Indiana Jones intent is still baked into Temple of Doom. Right. But that 20% of change is a marked change.
Yeah.
And you go, whoa. So then when you get to Last Crusade, as lovely and syrupy and as fun to watch Sean Connery as it is.
Absolutely.
It is Diet Raiders of the Lost Ark. It is very safe.
Right.
And it is really falling away from the original idea and more into, this is a family-friendly kind of adventure movie. And it's like, that is not what those first two films were.
I totally get the whole, auteur fighting against the Hollywood machine,
right.
like I do with, like a David Lynch production. He's like, screw you guys. This is what I want to do. If you don't like it, I don't care, Skipper Kenner is absolutely right. Remember, though, that, and this is taking nothing away from George Lucas.
Right.
Star Wars started at a time when 3 films was a stretch and a major victory for filmmaking. And that's not the only thing. I mean, things like his opening scroll. Didn't he get kicked out of the Directors Guild because of that?
Yeah, but that was Empire Strikes Back when he got kicked out. Yeah, he left and
okay.
And he paid them off because they were like, we let you have it on the first one because we didn't think that movie would do well, but the second one now we want our dues.
Yeah.
Now I will tell Skipper Kenner, I appreciate the point he's making, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Like if you're gonna make that franchise the way it is, and he was moving at that clip and he had that kind of plan, then guess what? Even if you have to take a break, changing the plan as part of your convenience starts to compromise the integrity of the work that you've done. Yeah. And that's the problem. And that can't be denied. I mean,
no, absolutely. I agree 100%. Real quick, Anomas, hung out with him last night. Good to see you, my friend. But Melinda, I kind of wish you were here. I really do. You're awesome. But thanks for being here, even though you're not here. I'm not being coherent. You know what I mean. But
participating, even though not live and in person.
Yeah. My original thought was that maybe we could have made a double date of this, but
Keith Holmesley, Crystal Skull would have fit if they had gone from a Fingerprints of the Gods perspective with Indiana Jones 4. Unfortunately, they decided to go for an intergalactic 1950s War of the Worlds looking thing.
I kind of saw what they were going with, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the tragedy of Crystal Skull is that it was this close to actually having a premise that would have been as good as Raiders. And unfortunately, they detoured into this chintzy, terrible area where you're just like, you literally had something that was based on real alternative archaeology, like real theories that have evidence to back it up, and you decided to go full on like them with it, like you
Chariots of the Gods type stuff,
and it's just like, George, dude, like
not to mention they had this idea for the handoff of the whip, and they half-hearted it. It's like
yeah.
Wait, I like what Melinda just said. I'm Schrodinger's live stream guest.
Schrodinger's. Is she here or is she not here? She's kind of both. Yeah, absolutely.
With Crystal Skull, I know that I think they had interviews with George Lucas, and they was like, well, it takes place in the 50s, and the big thing in the 50s were these science fiction movies, and I'm thinking that's fine, but that's not Indiana Jones. Make that, if you want to do a trilogy of movies like that were inspired by those types of movies, I'd be all for it, and I'd like to see it. But Make it its own thing. Don't insert it into Indiana Jones.
But the problem is that Indiana Jones wasn't Indiana Jones anymore the moment Last Crusade started filming.
Yeah.
And again, I like Last Crusade as a movie, but it's not a Raiders movie. By that point, it's an Indiana Jones and the movie, which is a totally different animal.
Oh my gosh. This is like big time. Analog Toys. Michael is in the Temple of Doom.
I can't possibly be. I know I look like I'm in the Temple of Doom, but I can't possibly, Tony, because I've still got this, which he lost in Shanghai. So
True.
Yeah.
I love the intro to that movie, Temple of
There
Doom.
was I was going to try to avoid talking about Tony because I love Tony too. He is like there's RetroBlasting and then there's Analog Toys, and those are like right there for Troy.
He's a total fanboy.
He's yeah. And Netter, back me up on this, please. I am as straight as they come, but if I was inclined that way, Tony from Analog Toys would be my guy crush. I mean, he is that desert rat with that accent.
Mm-hmm. Look, I've hugged the man. All right, and
you're lucky. You're a lucky man. You are a lucky man.
Yeah. I've got it on my bucket list.
I'm not getting funny on you, sweetie. Don't trust me.
There's three people in life that I haven't hugged that I want to hug. One of them was Tony, so check. The other one is Conrad from movie Oubliette. I want to give that man a hug before I die. And the last one is Kylie Minogue. I want to give those three people a hug.
I knew Kylie Minogue was going to be in that list.
So.
And Melinda doesn't have a problem with that at all.
Well, I already get the best hugs in the world from Melinda. Right. And so I fortunately she and I are an item, so we're good. But
that's I'll tell you, we work from home, so like in the middle of the day, when either one of us is having a crappy day, it's like I need a hug,
Yeah, we've been married 30 years, so.
Yep. 30 years. That's and now we're doing YouTube together. What this is crazy. This is
and
wonderful.
Troy can even tell you, I am a fan of your show, Michael.
Oh,
I'm a fan of Analog Toys, and I'm drawing a blank on the other fellow we watch.
Which one?
The other one that talks about toys. What am I
Toy Polloi?
Toy Polloi, thank you.
Or Bosk's Bounty.
Well, that one too.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
But
all those British accents.
But you and Analog Toys are my 2 tops.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Very kind.
Absolutely. Tony is too sexy for this live stream. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Can you imagine having him on camera? I'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to put up my icon. There's no reason anyone wants to see me. I'll just put Tony on.
You know what we're missing? Where's Broken Vader?
Yeah. Armless
Vader.
Vader. Yeah.
Stand by.
Armless Vader.
I can make that happen. Stand by.
What?
Agent Boomer, you know Armless Vader, right? The 12-inch action figure with no arms.
No.
I thought it was called Broken Vader.
I don't know. It's Vader.
Yay!
Holy
Good
cow.
to see you, my friend. We wish you had arms. We know those arms exist because I saw them in a video.
Why are you wasting my time?
Because I'm a fan, that's why.
Fans. They'll lap up anything.
That's not entirely true, but I'll accept it from you, Lord Vader.
Oh, I know you do. I saw your X-Wing video. You bought an X-Wing without an R2 unit. You are a fool. You are a fool.
I agree with you 100%. And I love the fact that TIE fighters don't require a droid.
When you're a badass, you don't need shields, and you don't need droids. All you need is the will to kill.
Absolutely agree.
With
Are we
absolute
done
power
here?
comes
Is there anything else you want from me?
responsibility.
No, I just want you to get some arms. I'll talk to Michael about that.
We might have to start a GoFundMe or something.
If we have to, we will. Yes, absolutely.
Do you really think you can make progress with that idiot?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
Do you even watch the show? Do you watch it?
Yeah,
It's been
quite a bit.
5 years. He hasn't given me anything. You think you have the
Actually,
ability
you don't
to
even get
play.
enough screen time.
I think you overestimate yourself. And I tire of this conversation. I am leaving.
Later, Vader.
Goodbye.
Bye, Vader.
Oh my goodness.
That was awesome. That was awesome. I'll tell you what, Michael's bringing the guests tonight. I super appreciate it, my friend.
Well, I hope you're happy, Troy. You've ruined my night, because after this is over, I'm never going to hear the end of it.
I just literally just yesterday, I saw the video some years back. You had just moved, and you're opening boxes, and you've got the arms in your hand, and you're like, Melinda, where's Vader? And he's out on the street waiting for a ride.
He won't shut up about it. Ever since we did Iconicon, he's been pestering me, saying, "Okay, the convention's over. When are we going to get on this?" And I told him, I said, "I did not promise you anything. That's in your own head."
Yeah.
And he's trying to gaslight me like I've been talking about it, and I haven't. So
Man,
he's relentless.
but I love the. It's not even a 12-inch figure. It's larger than 12 inches, right? It's like. How tall is that Vader figure?
He's about 14, 15 inches,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah. He towers
in the-
over the Han and Luke. Yeah.
Back in the 90s, see, when I was a kid, I didn't get into any of those 12-inch scale figures because it's just the economy, right?
Right.
You can get more 3 3/4 inch figures and the play sets and all that kind of stuff. If I started getting into that as well, my mother would have just shut me down.
Right.
But then in the 90s, I'm like, look, I'm a big boy. I'm making big boy money. I'm paying on a mortgage. I can buy what I want. So I picked up the Luke Skywalker and the other 12-inch figures. I picked up the Darth Vader, and I was incredibly disappointed.
Yep.
Because it's exactly in scale, or not in scale, in exact size with all the other figures. I'm like,
Yeah.
screw it. So I said, Netter, can you eBay and find me an old original Kenner? And she got me one because it works perfectly with those figures,
Now you mentioned something just there, and I don't mean to be a detective about this, but I figure since the whole vibe of this show is very film noir-y and
Sure.
last call in a bar, I'm gonna pull a Sam.
He gets me better than most of my regular viewers.
Yeah. I do my homework, and so
I was afraid he was going to do that.
you said that you had Netter eBay for it.
Yeah.
Do you know how to use eBay, Troy?
I do. Not as well as she does, though.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
I had
like
to teach him things.
she is like an eBay savant. She does the Google foo. She's really good.
Okay, I was just curious because eBay is less complicated than an original Nintendo controller. I was just trying to make sure that we weren't.
I have to turn to Aged Boomer for
Oh,
information
for
about Nintendo because I'm an Atari 2600 guy.
It
I
had
had to
4
teach
buttons. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You know.
I had to teach him that he has to look at feedback.
Uh-huh.
He has to look at what the shipping is, because if it's a $5 item and shipping is $60, you're not buying it.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I didn't almost buy, but I was flabbergasted at a deal for some Lord of the Rings Lego sets.
Sure.
And this was like a week ago. And I thought, oh, wow, that's very reasonable. It's the whole collection box for this price. But they wanted, get this, they wanted $7,000 shipping.
Well,
And I was like, oh, yeah, nah. Like, it was ridiculous. So I get what you're saying, yeah.
What's
with
funny
the price
is
of diesel.
they think that they are pulling some sort of scam by, okay, pay a low price for the item, but then shipping could be really astronomical. But you still pay a final value fee on the shipping, which I think actually is kind of stupid because it's like, I don't make any money on shipping when I ship something out. It's always exact shipping.
Yeah.
But eBay considers that to be part of your profit when it's not.
So Netter is without a doubt my enabler. She may not completely understand all the things that I love, but she understands I love them, and she knows how to find them for me.
Like the 6-foot Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, that story I don't think I've ever told on the channel. Back in the 90s, when the Power of the Force came back, there was a Toys R Us display.
Yep.
This huge Millennium Falcon Extraordinaire that hung from the ceiling.
I worked under it at Toys R Us.
Yep. Netter one day out of the blue said, because she was going through her eBay excitement phase, she's like, is there something that you've always wanted that you never thought you could have, that I might be able to provide for you?
Mm-hmm.
And then after I answered, she goes, no, that we could buy on eBay. I said, oh okay. Right. And she found me this display. Well, how much did it end up costing? Like $500, something.
$585.
It's actually a deal for that item.
That she really knows her stuff.
Yeah.
Had to drive out to Ohio to get it.
Of course.
We're in Illinois, so
yep.
3 states
Ohio,
over.
where all Kenner items go to die. Yep.
Is that right?
Well, Cincinnati was where they were based, so yeah.
Drove out, visited my mom because she lives in Ohio now. Then drove up, got the thing. We had borrowed a buddy's Jeep because we thought we'd be able to put it in the back of the Jeep. It was too big to fit in the Jeep, so I had to put it up on top. And people see us driving down the turnpike with this Millennium Falcon on top of the Jeep. We got a lot of honks and whatnot. But my goal is to split that open and do the dioramas inside the Millennium Falcon.
Well, that would be awesome to see. That right there is a YouTube series that would literally put you on the map in a way where the rest of us would just be like, I wish we'd thought of that.
Yeah, well, and I guess there's only so many of these things out there. But yeah, that's where the whole eBay thing started.
Sure.
But that's why she is my enabler. And, I got buddies who are into model trains and, rocket ships and stuff. My thing is...
Rocket ships?
Yeah, I got a buddy who goes out to the field and fires off the rockets. And
I thought it was like that.
prints parts for it and stuff, yeah.
He's one of the 10 people who's really into the movie October Sky.
Yes, I was about to say. I thought it was going to be like October Sky, where he's building the rocket in his backyard or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's.
But and that's why in the 90s I got so many of the. There was a set that you would get. It was Han Solo and Luke Skywalker figures with the ear thing and stuff, and they were in the cockpits and whatnot. Yep. And you could put the cockpits together. And I'm like, I know I could customize this to put them, like this in the ship. I'm like, yeah. And I've been following, I don't remember the YouTuber, but he does a lot of videos about how to do different dioramas and stuff. And he had a great one for the hangar bay, the Millennium Falcon, the remote training scene. He's got a great one of that. I'm like, dude, if you can put up a tutorial on that one, I could drop it into, I could make that and put it literally into the Millennium Falcon. Because that 6-foot Millennium Falcon Extraordinaire is truly in scale with the action figures.
Right.
As opposed to the way undersized toys that they have done over the years.
Yep.
And I'm not going to, I know that the internal setup could never be right because it doesn't fit, but I could do pretty darn good with that.
Sure, you've got plenty of room to do what needs to be done. Yeah. Wow.
Life-size Tobey Maguire Spider-Man statue. Yeah, actually, Skepper Kenner has a story about a 89 Batman standee, cardboard standee from the video store that I can't remember if it was him or his brother worked at. They were roommates, and one came home late and didn't know it was in the front room or whatever, just saw the silhouette and like jumping sidekicked into it because he thought someone had gotten into the apartment.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, that's not the kind of thing you do without telling your flatmates, you know.
So what is the latest pop culture related thing that you have purchased on eBay?
What have I bought for you recently?
Well, I mean, you've gotten me the action figures. I mean, really, lately only just Star Wars action figures. I've started unboxing all of my action figures and putting them into little bins based on the various scenes that I want to do dioramas for, and it takes up a whole frickin' lot less room when they're not on card.
Yeah,
you know. I am not a mint on card type of collector, despite the Migos I have behind me.
Those, yes.
Right.
Some of those were really expensive. I told him he's not taking them out.
Yeah.
I have two NECA figures because I hate fucking NECA, but give me Freddy right here.
I'm glad you
By the way,
me.
everyone, darn, I was planning to do the giveaway tonight. So this is the Mego Freddy figure, right? And I wanted to have a display that involved Freddy, Jason, and Michael Myers. Unfortunately, NECA had the license for the other two.
Oh, no.
So the only way I could have figures in this scale is to get those. And the Michael Meyer no, not Michael Meyer. Michael Meyer I picked up for $30 at Target, which is almost twice what these figures go for. And these figures are far more posable and... Okay, I'm not going to get started.
Was it the Hellraiser guy, maybe?
No, nobody's done a Hellraiser in this figure. I think it's going to have to be a custom. It was the Jason figure.
Okay.
And Netter spent a bunch of money getting it for me. And she's like, you're not taking it out of package. And I'm like, but the whole point of getting it was so that I could display it with these two. You know? So
right.
I may have to figure out how I could do a custom Jason using Mego bodies. But
well, fortunately, they're very kit bashable. So
they really are. And in fact, you want to hand me the Christopher Reeve head right there?
I mean, okay, so which one again is the one that Mego doesn't have the rights to, or which two?
Doesn't have Jason and doesn't have Michael Myers.
Okay, so here's what you do. For Michael Myers, it's easy. You get yourself a Ghostbuster Mego that has the blue jumpsuit. Then you get yourself a Kirk Shatner, and you paint his face white.
It's easier than that, Michael. And I did this, actually.
Well, look at this, everybody. Okay, lay it on.
I bought the first wave of the new Migos. They put out an Action Jackson. The Action Jackson jumpsuit was a dark blue. Perfect right there.
Okay.
All you had to do was acetone off the AJ.
Okay.
Done. Okay. The head is the Savage Worlds Michael Myers. You know, the Savage Worlds, which were like the He-Man bodies.
So you're going and getting a non-Mego head to put on it.
Yes. And it was perfect.
Whereas I would get the Shatner Mego head and paint it white because it was a Shatner mask.
That would have worked too.
Yeah.
I'm just simply saying that would have been like pure Mego all the way.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Jason's a little harder though. I think the only way I'm going to be able to do that is a 3D print like of that head. And I want to put it on like a Hulk body. It's got to be a big, with the extended legs, so he's not like shorter than all the other figures.
Get me the file, I'll print it for you.
No, it's out there. I just haven't gotten around to it. So, okay, janky camera, right? This is the recent project I've been working on.
Oh, yeah, Michael Keaton.
No. Yeah, Michael Keaton.
I know who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am real pleased with the way this turned out. I'm getting better and better with each one that I paint. And that's going to be going on a Mego S-type body so that I have the non-banded, better, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Hey, you can tell Vader, he might not have arms, but Reeves doesn't have a body.
Reeves doesn't have a body right now. That's right.
I mean...
So
I just as a pencil topper.
I feel like I've got an Adam West Batman because of Figures Toy Company. I need to have a Christopher Reeve Superman.
Uh-huh.
The only problem is I'd like to have a Linda Carter Wonder Woman, but I can't find a 3D print for that head anywhere.
There has never been a decent Linda Carter Wonder Woman action figure yet. And I really don't think there's been a decent Christopher Reeve Superman either, because those are the two I would want the most. And I've kept them out of my collection because every option that's come down the pipeline, I've been like, nah.
Yeah. No, I get that. As far as the Linda Carter goes, I'm spitting mad because Figures Toy Company had announced they were going to be releasing one, that they were gonna sign the license, or they had the license or something, and then nothing for years. I'm like, okay, it's not happening.
Right. Yeah.
I'm pissed about that. I'm like, damn it.
I just live with my Blu-rays, and that's about it.
But one day I will figure out how to make a custom myself, and it's gonna be awesome. You know.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because it's all about the things that don't exist that should. And if Mego or NECA or Figures Toy Company gets the license and does it, I'll buy the thing. But until then, I'm just gonna make it myself.
Oh yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, I've been trying to do that's what my buddy Ben did when I needed a Sarah Jane Smith from the classic Doctor Who line. They never made one, and I said I want Planet of Evil Sarah Jane Smith, and I want.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. That was
he did them up,
awesome.
And so anyway, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No. What I wanted to get to is because we've spent so much time just meandering around. I wanted to get back to, so my channel knows that I'm a huge fan, and I talk about you all the time, and I say go subscribe to RetroBlasting, or I'll talk about something and I'll go, actually RetroBlasting is a better video about it, go check out this video, whatever. But real quick for my three followers that might be in the chat that are still following us, how did you start your whole YouTube journey?
Oh, sure. So I was surfing the internet in first half of, it was like late winter, early spring 2012, and Melinda and I had decided to abandon a project that we've been working on that was supposed to be for YouTube, where we were going to take the Star Trek 25th anniversary CD-ROM game adventures from back in the early 90s with the full cast voice thing, because those were essentially done so well that they could have been arguably a fourth or even fourth and fifth season of the show. Like they could have been. And so we were going to recreate those in miniature with the Playmates figures, and we built sets and everything, and we were going to redo all those as watchable movies, and then just have the audio. And we had ripped the audio, and I was building scripts with what was usable and all that kind of stuff. It was working out, but it was so time intensive. And right around that time that we were just getting started, Paramount cracked down on Axanar.
Yes.
And we were like, so we thought, well, there's no future in this for fandom. Like there's the whole thing about, we love our fans is always a tenuous relationship. It's like, you know what? The rules can change at any time. Might as well build our own house instead of doing something for notoriety on another thing, even though I think that would be a wonderful thing to do. And I hate what happened to Axanar. We're going to move away from this. So there I am one night, and I'm watching YouTube, and I'm trying to find a video. I hadn't decided to go back to YouTube or start another project at all. I was just kind of like surfing one night, and I wanted to just watch videos about old Voltron toys. And I was just like, I want to find some videos about Voltron toys. And I found this video, and it was these two guys, and they were talking about it was the Voltron toy with from the 80s that had the action figures that went inside. The one I had growing up, the Panache Place Voltron toy. And the guys both bring up the Voltron. They each had one. And I mean, you would have sworn that these were like cars stripped down to blocks on like a bad street corner. Like they were just stripped down to nothing. And I was just like, oh my God. Like, it was down to the point where they're like, sorry, guys, neither of us have the sword to show you. Oh, we don't have any of the canopies. Oh, none of the pilots have their helmets. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there like, God, this is ridiculous. And Melinda heard me. Like, I was yelling at the screen. Like, and she came in and she put her arm on my shoulder and she said, what's going on? I said, look at this. I said, there's no pride. There's no pride in this work. And, and she said, sweetie, she said, isn't that toy over there in the display case? And I said, yeah, that's mine from childhood. She goes, it's immaculate.
Yeah.
I said, I know. She goes, well, you have a film degree. Let's put it together. We've just been showing this Star Trek thing. You could do better than that. And I was like, damn it, she's right. I could.
Yeah.
So I turned around and I started doing the first videos we did were based on a rant that people would ask me to do when we were hanging out with friends. They would ask me to do this rant about Thundercats that I was known for doing amongst my friends because I had this take on Thundercats. So we did that first, and then we did Voltron, and then quickly we got into doing the Star Wars stuff, which I called from the very beginning Star Wars Follies.
Right. I love that series.
Yeah, because like yourself, I'm a very vintagey kind of guy. And so I love classic movies and stuff. And so I remember the Ziegfeld Follies series of films. So I named it Star Wars Follies. And it was all about, the Kenner lines and their weird foibles. So we started kind of doing it that way. But that's how it all got started, was I started making the kinds of videos I couldn't find.
Yeah.
Like, all the videos online were... everybody was kind of doing the same thing, where it was like, hey, let's check out this action figure from back in the day. I'm going to talk about one action figure for 15 minutes. It's going to sit here and rotate, or my hands are going to be in the camera. And it's like, that's great, I guess, if you just need some immediate information. But it's not very rewatchable. Like, it's not, it doesn't have any gags. It doesn't have any life. It doesn't have any fun to it. It doesn't have any, And I was seeing all the stuff that all these video game guys were doing, where they were getting real innovative, and they had a sense of humor that was closer to mine, which was less reverence and more, hey, everything about toys can be enjoyable, including looking at the quirky stuff and going, what the hell? Like all that stuff to me is funny. So I really took on this kind of idea. One of the directors that I really, really admire amongst many, like, I love a lot of directors, whether you're talking about, William Wyler or David Lean or all those guys. But one of the ones I really admire is Nicholas Meyer, because he respected Star Trek without being overly religious.
A fan,
Right. And so I quickly found myself in a position where I thought naively, and this is my mistake, but I thought that because video game guys are so cool about looking objectively at video games from the past, I thought that was just a cool way. When I say cool, I mean like an acceptable way to be about a lot of topics, because I had a master's degree in journalism.
Sure.
So objectivity was really important to me anyway. I have a very sarcastic sense of humor because I grew up I spent my formative years in Britain.
Yes.
So I came away with a very dry sense of humor.
Yes.
Like, and all that stuff. There's the least crude way to describe it is I moved to England without hair in places, and I left England with hair in places. So that's a very formative time, right?
Yes, it is. That's true.
There you go. My stupid camera. So what happened?
I still think you're doing that just to make me feel better.
No, I'm really not. This thing is it's the orange lighting, I swear.
Yeah.
So I thought that it was an acceptable way to be in the toy space as well. I just thought, oh, this is cool. I can do this. And boy, I found out quickly that it was like, we don't like objectivity here in the toy space. We like the feels.
Yeah.
We like the rose-colored glasses and the safe space and the nostalgia. And if it had been described to me in a diplomatic and human way, kind of like we talked about at the very beginning of the show,
right,
then I would have probably been a little more receptive to it. But the way these positivity police like to convey their grievance is to go personal. Like, you are a scumbag. We hate you. We don't like you.
You don't like toys the way we like toys, therefore you're evil.
Right.
You know?
And you want to look at him and go, I know for a fact that I put 400% more time into my video about the Roton than you did, you 5 guys, but you're going to tell me that I hate the Roton and you love it.
Look, let me tell you. So. I grew up. Okay, so here's my little snaggletooth story, right? Little Troy, when Star Wars first came out, I was like, I don't know, 6, 7 years old. Didn't understand when I looked at the Sears catalog that blue snaggletooth that I was seeing was an exclusive that could only be gotten at Sears with that play set. Which honestly, that play set isn't that great. No. It's a cardboard, compared to the plastic, with the pop open door and stuff, So I never got the blue snaggletooth because I didn't know about that. Couple that with the fact that the smaller red snaggletooth was one of those distribution problems that took a long time to come out.
Yep.
And I couldn't find that either.
Yep.
Jump forward to adult Troy trying to get the toys that he always wanted as a kid and couldn't have, and go, I am not spending $2,000 on this blue snag. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars for broken pieces of a blue snag. And then Stan Solo comes out with, a reproduction. I'm like, yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. Thanks, Deleted Scenes. Thank you for not only getting the bots, but you are working overtime on dropping the links for everybody in the chat. I super appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to have to come up with a great Christmas gift for you this year.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so, and of course you had some videos about, taking flack about the Stan Solo reproduction. It was the same thing with, what's the other figure that he's got? The
Han Stormtrooper? No.
That one too, but no, I was just thinking Yak Face.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I just want to be able to have that thing that I had. If you are concerned about when I die and somebody is reselling my collection, this is your own fault for not paying attention to the details. There's collectors out there that have to worry about whether this stamp is a reproduction of this rare stamp. It's, figure your shit out as a collector.
Right.
That's not my problem.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I'm selling a second copy that we have of the Droid Factory. And it's got an R2 in it that's got stickers on it. Well, the first time I sold it, the guy complained that the stickers weren't original. But then
I
when we
didn't
were looking
realize
online,
at the time.
Yeah.
Every single R2 that we saw had those same stickers. It's like, it's not like I made stickers or drew them or anything. That's how it came.
Yeah.
Right. Because
But
that's
he's
anyway.
like, it's not original. So you returned it.
The original Droid Factory R2 sticker is, especially by now, it's very prone to literally just drying up and popping off in one piece. Like it just blows away. So it's very common to see those R2D2 Droid Factory barrels blank because that sticker was real bad about it. It's for whatever reason, the sticker adhesive they used for that R2 was not the same as the ones for the carded ones. And
and I am not one of those, slovenly, it's gotta be this original thing. Cause let's face it, some of these new vintage vintage collection, that's confusing that they call them that.
Right.
But yeah. Oh no, he knows what we're talking about.
For those who don't.
For those that don't, that's a reproduction sticker. Now, when she lists it, this is a reproduction sticker. Everything else is original, whatever. But some of the newer figures are better articulated, better face sculpts and whatnot. As I do my custom holiday figures, I got to do the, in quotes vintage 5 points of articulation, and then I've got them in where I can pop the bubble open and I'll put in a vintage version of it.
Right.
That's just how I am. But yeah, and that's why that's why I love your channel. I love Analog Toys, because he displays the figures. He doesn't have to keep them in package. And Toy Polloi showing us how, and you do some of these videos too, how to restore them or even improve them sometimes. Yeah. Add lights and things, Yeah.
Toy Polloi came around. I discovered him several months, I think, after I was already doing restorations.
Sure.
And I was really happy to see.
Uh-oh.
Is that him or us?
Well, I can hear us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're fine, Boomer. I'm sorry, Michael, you cut out on us for a second.
Oh, okay. He started doing customizations and enhancements to the toys soon after that. Like he started, I was quickly getting to the point where the restorations I was going at were just as complex in some ways as Toy Polloi, but they were on much bigger pieces where it was like he would do like a 5-part thing on an Action Man, that had fallen into pieces.
Right.
I was doing like a restoration of a USS Flag.
Yeah.
Right? So it was becoming the same. I was getting really irritated by the necessities that were going into some of this stuff. So like, I have a terror drome from G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
That I've had for 5 years now. I admit it. I should have restored it a long time ago, and I apologize to Stephen Maybe that I haven't yet because he won.
You froze again.
I've done.
Yeah, and
What's that?
No, you froze on us.
Oh crap! I'm sorry.
No, I think there's something happening with your bandwidth over there because Boomer's coming through okay.
Yeah. But am I okay right now?
Yeah, you're okay now.
I was working on the big ring because you take the whole thing apart and then there's this big ring, right?
Yeah.
And I've cleaned that ring 3 times trying to get that G.I. Joe decal adhesive off of it.
Yeah.
It is worse than 30-year-old dried honey. Like it is really bad.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'm going to have to cover the whole thing in peroxide paste.
Yeah.
Get it outside because it's all yellowed, right?
Right.
And it's been a year since I cleaned it. Like, and I'm not even done cleaning it. The last attempt. So I know when I do this first part of this resto, it's going to be titled Board of the Ring.
Gosh.
I'm really over the whole.
What's really hard is we're dealing with plastics that have a finite lifespan. The plastic starts to break down, and it actually gets and I just watched a video on Toy Polloi where he was showing what people call the mold spots, but it's not mold spots. It's actually the plastic breaking down, and he gave it a peroxide treatment. He goes, it improved it, but you're never going to get it quite right. And I'm looking at that going, okay, here's how you take it to the next step. This is beyond what Toy Polloi does, but I'd want to do a casting of it and a mold and make a new whatever that piece is, and reassemble it. But by that point, you may as well do all kinds of custom figuring and anyway. But you get what I'm going at.
And if you have stickers stuck on something, hair dryer over it, loosens the glues, you can peel them right off.
Unless it's already completely dried, and then it's brittle.
The problem with the hair dryer method is when you've got 400 stickers.
That's true.
He's like, you know what? I'm gonna hit this thing with the hottest water jet in my shower, in my tub, and I'm gonna watch those stickers go down the drain, and I don't care.
So that video that I had at the beginning, that commercial. All of those figures. Now you know how it goes, where you've got the peg right for them to stand on.
Yeah.
And the vintage figures and the new figures have 2 completely different hole sizes with 2 complete. And I didn't have both types of pegs, so for a lot of them, in order to get them to stand.
Frozen. Someone's frozen.
You're frozen, yeah.
Oh, you
That's
were
okay.
frozen on my end.
I think both of you are frozen. That's certain.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It must be a sunstorm. Let's assume it's a solar flare.
There
There
we
you
go.
Oh no.
So anyway, in order to get them to stand,
Mm-hmm.
used a little drop of hot glue. Okay? Fine. It should work, right? I kind of overdid it, and I couldn't separate the figures from the stands. So I'm like, Netter, and she's like, don't worry, I got this. And she'd take the figure and she heated it up and she popped them right off, and it was perfect. She's like, I can't get the glue off the stands. I said, I don't give a fuck about the stands as long as the figures are okay. Some of these are custom figures, you know. I don't want to replace them, you know.
I still got the glue off the stands.
The retro figure. I mean, that Leia and Vader and stuff. Those are just the retro figures. I mean, I could get those again if I wanted to, but yes, I will be replacing them with Stan Solo telescoping lightsabers because I always wanted one of those and couldn't get one, so I'm gonna do it now. But
And he made a lot of those packages.
I made all those packages myself. Yeah, so
Nice.
he recognized that. Yeah, and you know exactly how I did it too. But yeah, I'll probably do videos about that too. But anyway, yeah, that's and since I put up this stream,
Mm-hmm.
what, almost a month ago, I think, YouTube has been throwing your videos into my suggestions, so I'm rewatching a lot of your older videos. Had not seen previously all the videos that you put up of the panels that you did at DragonCon. I'm guessing, I don't know, and I don't want you to dox yourself, but I'm guessing you live in the Atlanta area.
Yeah, we live in the Atlanta area. Yep.
Yeah. So we've never been to DragonCon, but it was nice to be able to see some videos of them, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's kind of like some of the
And some of those were so funny to watch.
Oh yeah, it was great stuff.
It's like, I mean, yeah, the audience is cracking up. We're cracking up.
And I'm like, yeah, that's how conventions were when conventions were good, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Dude, okay. So this ties back to a story I told earlier, except now you get to see the other side of it. So Melinda sits down on the couch and meets Mike, right? I go off to the Transformers panel, right?
Right.
I'm in this little room in one of the hotels, full house. Two guys come walking in. They've got a roll cart, a media cart with a projector. They've got their notes, and they've got two tumblers and a bottle of Jägermeister.
Okay.
Nice.
And they said this was a later in the evening panel. This was like a 9 o'clock panel or whatever.
Okay.
And they said it was called The History of Transformers.
Okay.
And they said, all right, they said, we hope this goes better than it does in St. Louis. They said, I'm so-and-so and I'm so-and-so. We're all going to have fun tonight. And he goes, anytime one of us accidentally brings up Beast Wars, they have to take a shot of Jägermeister. Right? It was, and I'm, aside from 1984, I'm not a big Transformers devotee.
Okay.
But it was the funniest panel. It was the first fan panel I'd ever seen. I'd always been to celebrity panels. This was the first. It was hilarious. And it gave me the best / worst expectations for what fan panels were supposed to be.
Nice.
The next morning I got up and I said, oh, there's a G.I. Joe panel. I got to go to this.
Yeah.
So I go running off to the G.I. Joe panel the next day at DragonCon.
Yeah.
It was like Valium. Like, it was just, these guys, they should have just had this conversation at a TGI Fridays. Like, the guys on the panel.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just up there, just like, they're just talking like they're eating chicken wings. Like they're not, they're not engaging the audience. They're not prepared.
Yeah.
They were nothing like the Transformers guys.
Wow.
And that was when I realized, I was like, oh, fan panels aren't created equal. There are
absolutely not. Yeah.
So when Melinda and I decided we were going to try and start doing DragonCon panels after our channel got to a certain size, which means that DragonCon might actually take us seriously. We came into these tracks totally prepared to do our bit, whatever it was for that hour. So it was like multimedia presentation that we rehearsed and timed. We made sure we had good visuals. We made sure we had jokes. all
Right.
that kind of stuff. So that's what's on camera, right?
Yeah.
Everything around us, like the time slots on either
Sure.
side in the same room,
Yeah.
was just
Yeah.
like
You're absolutely right. Not created equal.
Yeah, and I'm not bragging on us. What I'm saying is, it wasn't our inherent talent that made that possible. It was us looking at those Transformers guys and going, we want to be like them. We don't want to be like these guys. And so we really busted our ass to make sure that we were entertaining. And, you know, that's
Michael, Tony's got a suggestion, and I would pay real money to see this.
okay.
You and I should create the Ravenwood Bar drinking game for a panel at next year's Joe Fest. To see you two do that, I would pay real money to see that.
Pistate.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing. My bet is that Tony drinks you under the table. That's just my bet.
I can guarantee you he will. Look at me.
I know.
Look at me.
If anything, he's got the capillary space on you.
I'm 6'2" and 165 soaking wet. Like I'm
Yeah,
not,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah. No, that I would totally pay to see that.
Mm-hmm.
I have done panels at conventions,
Mm-hmm.
and mine are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
I did exclusively Star Trek conventions.
Yep.
Excuse me. I did exclusively Star Trek panels.
Yep.
So whether it was at a convention or I actually even did one at a university that was doing a sci-fi day kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Full costume Klingon.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how into like next gen you are, but there was an episode called Rightful Heir where
Yeah.
they met Kalash, the messianic Klingon character, and they had these Klingon monks in these blue robes. I
Yep.
recreated that costume.
Uh-huh.
So that's where my other channel, Carton the Klingon Cleric, comes from. So I've got the robe, I've got the accoutrement, I've got the traditional Akhleth weapon that they use, forehead, all that. And what I would do is I would present the panel as though it was I was a guest speaker at like Starfleet University.
Right.
And I would say, you know, of course, this lecture is good for credit in Starfleet 101 xenobiology. You talk to your, counselor, about appropriate credits. Now, let's get into it. And I would go through things like Klingon history or customs and so on and so forth. Open it up for questions just like a college lecture. And honestly, the fans would just jump right into it and ask, the kind of questions you would expect a fan who's getting into the role-playing of it. Every now and again, you'd kind of get the dick who's kind of trying to get you to break character. And it's not too difficult when you're playing a Klingon character to shut that kind of stuff down. But,
Yeah, and I'm 5'4".
Oh, yeah, and she'd be
tiny.
like the security,
Yeah, I'm
guy.
security. I scare people like the size of linebackers.
I just wish I had the forethought to get it all on camera like you did. That would have been some great content today, but this was so many years ago for me, and YouTube wasn't even a thing on the radar at the time.
But I mean, even with that, even when you have like a plan, there are times where you think you don't need to get a certain one on camera.
Yeah.
And then you regret that. There are two examples that I can give. So Melinda and I, when we were filming our stuff, we tried to film everything we were asked to be a part of for several years.
Sure.
And then that was so nerve-wracking that we said, okay, we're just going to film the stuff that we're dedicated present. In other words, anything RetroBlasting presents, we will film that for our channel. But everything else, we can't film because people got real stupid and squirrely. I don't want my face on the internet. It's like, then why are you presenting at a public forum of 80,000 people? Like, you want to just take them behind the alley of common sense and beat them with a brick. But So there was one example where I was asked to be at a Doctor Who convention called Wholanta.
Okay.
And this was the last year that the show was going to go on. And they said, hey, they said, we're doing a panel on Indiana Jones. And I went, it's a Doctor Who convention. They're like, right, but we've got extra tracks that do other stuff. And I'm like,
sure.
All right. So they said, hey, can you show up and can you wear your Raiders of the Lost Ark outfit?
Mm.
And I was like, okay, sure. And I'm like, I'm on the panel, right? Like, I'm not like a carnival show. And they're like, no, you're on the panel. So I'm like, okay. So it was called Indiana Jones. That was the title of the panel, right? So I get on the panel, and I'm sitting there, and it's like 5 people, the moderator. Now, these people are some of the Dragon Con people. Like, they're some of the people that's why they asked me. They were like, can you be on the thing? Sure. So I'm sitting there, we start the panel, and I'm just one of the panelists. And I'm not kidding. This was a 50-minute panel, and we were 20 minutes in from the start to the 20-minute mark. None of these people had shut up talking about gushing about Crystal Skull. And I'm just sitting here going, what kind of con job was this? Like this, and I'm the guy in, the Indiana Jones outfit, and I hadn't said a word, and I just finally leaned forward and I said, guys, I said, I'm sorry to interrupt. I said, but I really feel like we've rooked our fine audience here.
Yeah.
And they were like, what? And you could see the moderator was just like, what's going on? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Right.
And I said, guys, this is not Crystal Skull, the circle jerk. This is Indiana Jones, the franchise. Like, we are literally subjecting this audience to trying to what? Bolster and sandbag the worst movie in history. Like,
that's exactly what it sounds like.
Doing. And so that was one example. The other example was I was on a Dragon Con panel, and we also didn't get this one on camera. These are the 2 that we wish we got on camera and didn't. So this was one called The Worlds of Steven Spielberg. And I was asked to be on that. And I'm sitting there as one of the panelists, and I was the first question the moderator asked was if there was only one Steven Spielberg film that you could save from destruction. Like all the others are going to be destroyed, but you could only save one. Which one would it be? And so people are going down the line, and they're answering Jaws, Raiders of the Lost Ark, this and that. And the girl next to me says, and everybody's answering uninterrupted, right?
Yeah.
And this girl says Jaws, and she gives this really pretentious answer about how she grew up near a beach that had shark attacks. And
okay.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, oh, God help me. And so I was second to last. And so she gets done, and I say, I said, I'm torn. I said, because part of me wants to pick Saving Private Ryan to show people how not to make a World War II movie. I said, but I said, if I have to actually pick a good movie, and you can see the audience was like, what's going on? I said, if I have to pick a good movie, I said, if anything Spielberg made, I said, I would save The Color Purple. That's the one I would save.
Oh.
And I said, as much as I love Indiana Jones, you're asking me a question that is apart from my fandom. Give me one option. And suddenly, this woman next to me just goes, counterpoint. And I'm like, I just turned to her and I'm like, oh, is it this kind of panel? All right, it's on. And the whole audience just suddenly was energized.
Yes.
And she's like, if you really want a good experience with The Color Purple, you have to see it in live theater. It has to be seen in live theater. And I was just looking at her and I'm like waiting and I'm like, hey, everybody, if you really want a good experience with Jaws, you should read the original Peter Benchley novel instead of watching the Spielberg movie. And I was being sarcastic, right?
Yeah.
And she goes, well, no, that's not. And I went, oh, I'm sorry. Are you trying to tell people and dissuade them from learning to read?
Yeah.
Dissuading them from reading.
Or if you want to experience Jaws, experience it personally, like she did with the people that got, eaten at her.
Cover yourself in chum and throw yourself into.
I mean, what the hell are we talking about here, people?
It was the most pretend, but I literally just was like, you know what? I don't even care at this point. I am just going to take.
No, Skipper Kenner, you can't appreciate Schindler's List unless you've been in a camp. See, we brought it around to this. This is the topic you said we wouldn't get to tonight.
I'm so glad he brought up that movie because the guy next to me was the last guy on the panel.
Yeah.
And the moment I said Color Purple, she apparently, according to Melinda and other people in the audience, she was like, "Oh,
I should have said that."
Right. He said Schindler's List.
Yeah.
But he immediately rethought his whole pixelated idea of Steven Spielberg.
Good.
And instead of saying, E.T. or Hook or whatever.
Yeah.
He said Schindler's List.
Was Hook Spielberg?
Oh yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Mm-hmm. He's a hack. Anyway.
He kind of is, yeah.
So yeah, that was the whole thing. I wish we'd filmed those, and we didn't because it wasn't a RetroBlasting presentation.
I did one. I can't even call it a panel.
Mm-hmm.
It was, if we had filmed it, you'd probably want to call it a fan film. Here in the Chicago area, I've been a part of the Klingon community for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And they used to do, ever since Star Trek VI, they did these trials, like the Klingon scene from Star Trek VI.
Yeah.
And they were all very improvisational.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have improvisation by non-actor fans, you know what you get, right?
Sure.
And I think it was Evelyn or someone else in the command structure of the Klingon group here asked me if I would head up one. And I said, okay. This was right after a convention, so I said, I have a year to plan this out. And I scripted out a courtroom scene where we were putting who was it who wrote A Christmas Carol?
Charles Dickens.
Charles Dickens. We were putting Charles Dickens on trial. And the conceit was that he had stolen the idea of A Christmas Carol from the Klingons. It was originally written in Klingon because of A Klingon Christmas Carol.
Right.
And that went over pretty well.
Yeah.
So they said, but nobody learned their lines. So it was still the script was more of a suggestion. So I said, okay.
Sure.
I said, if you want me to do this again, people need to learn their lines. I said, and I'm going to bring in some ringers. So the following year, we put the Doctor on trial.
Oh, yeah.
For his role in A Christmas Carol.
Right.
And how he was the one responsible for, the crossover of A Christmas Carol. And I had a buddy come in who he was the ringer, right? Because he did David Tennant cosplay very, very well.
Yeah.
And
he looked just like him.
And he also did the local Renaissance fair, so he was he had the acting chops. And he comes in the Klingon
handcuffs,
the cuffs, like from Star Trek VI, but they're not locked. So there's this great bit where he's coming. She brings him in, like she's the guard bringing him in. He's going up to give his. And as he's walking, he pops him open, scratches his nose, then pops him back on. And it was classic.
Sure.
And in order to bring him up on charges, anyway, it was slightly improvised, but it was scripted and it was beautiful. And I'm like, if I had gotten this on camera, I could edit this together into like a fan film. It would be great. And there's been talk in my Klingon community. Well, we could refilm it and we could do it like an actual fan film. We just don't have the heart to do it.
We actually did film it, but the person who filmed it was so far away you couldn't hear anybody on stage.
It doesn't even count.
Yep.
It doesn't even count.
We always had to. That's why we would have to.
Wait, I'm going to interrupt you since you just froze anyway, Michael, because the boss is signing off for the night. And I wanted to say thank you so much, Melinda, for being here. You are wonderful. In fact, you're going to have to come back and watch the end because there was something I wanted to share about one of your videos about you. And I'm going to talk you up in a little bit.
And I put a recipe for my favorite go-to feel better medicine in the chat. But real quick, it's just honey, lemon, and candied ginger, ginger root, and tea. And it makes you feel so much better.
Yep, that's the way to go.
And Troy, I'm gonna have to bow out now too.
Okay, buddy. I will have the notes to you for Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah,
as
whatever.
usual.
Yeah, thank you.
And feel better. I had some dental work earlier this week too, so I
yeah,
totally...
he still has a bruise right there.
Yeah, she said I have a bruise that came through from the Novocaine. I'm like, it doesn't surprise me because it hurt pretty bad, dude.
Michael,
you
it was
rest
great
up.
meeting you in person, though. Thank you. Or at
There
least
you go.
Online person, whatever. However you say it.
Feel better, and I'll talk to you on Sunday. Take care, man.
Take care. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for
Night,
having me.
Boomer.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna then pivot. I was gonna pivot. So before we do whatever you were gonna say.
No, I was just gonna say the problem was always that the people that
YouTube doesn't want you to say what the problem is because you're gonna freeze every time.
What's that?
You froze again when you started to say the problem is, and that's the second time it happened to you.
Sorry. Well, I don't know because I'm hard lined in. I'm not on Wi-Fi.
I don't know.
Anyway, the people at who ended the previous panel would always linger too long at their table.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And so when the sound thing would come up, we actually had multiple wireless lavs that we were setting up at the table between the microphones, so that it would transmit back to the camera. And so we were trying to get that set up along with the camera positioning and everything else. And sometimes multiple camera shoots and everything. So it was like, we need all 15 minutes. So you guys need to get the hell out now. And some of these people would not take the hint. And it was just like, anyway.
Well, and see, I totally understood that with all the panels I did. So I had a perfect, I would take, the few questions at the beginning, but as soon as I saw someone come in for the next panel, I'd be like, look, I'm happy to continue this conversation, but I need a blood wine. So I'll be at the bar. Let's all meet over there if you're not staying for this panel. And then I'm out,
See,
in deference to them.
He's a little bit more polite than I am. If we go into the room where we're supposed to have our panel and there's people just sitting around, it's like, excuse me, are you here for this panel? No? Bye then.
Yeah.
I make them leave.
That's why I put her in charge of Klingon security. Absolutely.
Yep.
But what I did want to share, and I'm hoping that Melinda gets a chance to see this, I was just watching an older video of yours. Oh my God, you look like a child. But it was the one where you guys had just moved and you were going through the storage facility of Melinda's old toys. And she opens up a box of her My Little Ponies.
Right.
Dude, her reaction just melted my heart. She's like, my ponies! And I'm like, I have no interest in My Little Pony, but my heart just melted at her reaction. I'm like, dude, this is what it's all about. And this is what this whole thing is about.
And she's got them in a display case in her office upstairs. Yep.
I was wondering, because as you're going through each one, and she's like, oh, this one's a little sticky. And I'm sitting there going, I know exactly what that is. Plastic's breaking down because of the heat, cold.
She's stabilized all of them. She's washed them all and redone.
Did she? Because I don't even know how you treat that. I've had some plastic toys, nothing real important that I was concerned about that, I had no idea how to fix. I actually just brought in, I've got the old, it was 96, 97, the Force Ghosts of Anakin, Obi-Wan, and they're on the display, and they're like, I could feel the stickiness, And I'm like, I don't know if you just wash them or if you gotta treat them with something.
With those with Star Wars figures, they're made of a slightly different plastic than ponies. With Melinda's ponies, she just knew how to wash them and then clean them up. She did a lot of research and then fixed their hair and all that stuff.
Yeah.
With Star Wars figures, I've learned, and I haven't done this myself because I have some figures that are kind of sticky, but I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
You wash them with soap and water like you would normally. Soft bristled toothbrush. And then
with the music that Toy Polloi would employ. That's how I want to do my
whatever floats your boat. And then after you do that, there is this Black Magic auto product that is a plastic stabilizer for dashboards and stuff.
Oh.
And I've seen there are demos on YouTube where people spray the figure with it and then tamp it in and dry them off, and that actually takes the stickiness away. It actually helps stabilize the plastic. So
yes, I'll find some for
Skipper
you.
Kenner's on his way out. He wants me to remind him, and this is gonna fall to Netter because she's my memory. Pics of this year's Halloween costume. I am Captain Chaos from the Cannonball Run. I can totally see that too. Thanks, buddy. But yeah, no. What was I going to? Oh yeah, I would love it if has she already done a follow-up video on those ponies?
She's never done a video about the case because she got the case when we moved into our house, and so she's got a lit case like the ones I have down here. She has one of those in her home office upstairs with all her ponies in it.
I'd love to see that just as a follow-up to that video.
Sure.
You know, she's
got those in there. She's got strawberry shortcakes from the 80s.
Sure.
She's got no, she doesn't have that. She has the Home Alone Lego set that just came out, but she hasn't put it in there yet. She hasn't built it yet. So
cool. Yeah, I never got into Legos. I couldn't do it. And usually the things I'm not into are usually because I had to be hyper focused.
Sure.
I did my Migos. I did my my Kenner Star Wars. By the time G.I. Joe came out and all that kind of stuff, I couldn't. Yeah. And in fact, if I was gonna go G.I. Joe, I was just at the tail end of those 12-inch figures.
Right.
I had a buddy who had the Foot Locker that had all the accessories and stuff. I was just fired up about that. When they went to 3 3/4, I'm like, this is something different. I can't do it.
It takes a lot for me to cross the picket line, as it were, with certain things.
I dig it, yeah.
Like back in the day, I, as a child, it wasn't as difficult if I was fascinated by it. But you would have to be stellar for me to not reverse course. So like Mask had me. I just couldn't collect it fast enough before it was gone.
Yeah.
Like, Voltron had me, but then they recalled it due to the lead scare, and I had to get the plastic one. So there was all that chaos.
Right.
Silverhawks, I was in on the design. Then I got the first action figure, and I was like, lame. And so then I backed out and never bought anymore, right, as a child. Now, in modern times, it takes a lot for me to cross those picket lines when I know that something's garbage. So here's a brand new bit of news, everybody. I'm sure this will cause ripples with anybody that watches it. I have crossed the picket line as of yesterday, only briefly, in the G.I. Joe classified arena, because I have decided, since they announced CoverGirl in the 6-inch scale, I was always, as a kid, I was always a fan of the G.I. Joe ladies. That was like my thing. I loved the trio of ladies.
Sure.
Yeah. And I thought that I was going to be absolved from all this because Scarlet in the G.I. Joe classified line is garbage. She's like a travesty. She's blasphemy. She is the toy equivalent of haram. Like, it is just horrible. But they've released finally a decent Lady J, and now they've announced CoverGirl is coming. Wow. And they released finally a good Baroness. And I was like, okay, those are the only 4 that I would want: is Scarlet, Lady J, CoverGirl, and Baroness. And now that CoverGirl's been announced, kind of like when they announced arcade version Dazzler, I was like, all right, I'm going to go in on the X-Men now that they've announced this one.
Sure.
Well, I've crossed the picket line just to get CoverGirl, Lady J, Baroness, and I'm gonna figure out Scarlet, kind of like you're customizing the horror slasher.
Sure.
So I'm doing that. But after that, I'm out again because I literally, other than the ladies, I got no interest in GI Joe Classifieds, none whatsoever. So
Yeah.
you know.
No, I dig that. And talk about blasphemy. This is how not into GI Joe I am. If I had got any 3 3/4 inch GI Joe figures like a Baroness, I would probably be customizing her into like a Lady Lumia or something, or a Catwoman.
Yeah, and these are the 6-inch ones, the Classifieds. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably still.
Yeah.
Well, I actually don't do 6-inch at all. You know, it's just not my.
Yep.
It's not my scale. I think you understand. You know, you pick
6
your
inch is
scale and
only
stick
good.
to it.
6 inch is only good for an icon group. It's not good for me. I can't imagine having a whole collection of. I just have to have isolated groups.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, and that's why there's a part of me that desperately wants to be able to support Valaverse, but it's just not my scale, and I'm like, I can't justify it with the other things I collect. Although I might go out of my way to get a Desert Rat figure. I might do that.
I mean, Desert Rat. I'm showing some. People think I might be showing bias here, but I have all the Action Force figures to date, and
Sure.
I've seen all the face sculpts, and the Desert Rat face sculpt literally looks like Tony standing there. Like it's really, it's a great figure. So, yeah.
I just love the idea of having an action figure that's effectively of, you know, somebody that, you know, I really admire, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's why I had Tony Masterson on a couple weeks back. He makes custom, are they 12-inch figures? I think he makes custom 12-inch figures of different YouTubers. Like he's done Doomcock and he's done, you know, a bunch of the other. He just did one of Mexican Iron Man, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. I totally dig that. I can totally get behind that.
Well,
and then
like sorry, go ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say that's like with my Marvel Legends or my Black Series. I don't try to collect everything.
Right.
I only get, like with Black Series, I got Empire Strikes Back, very limited stuff. I don't get everything Empire Strikes Back. I just get the stuff that I wanted, and I'm done. And then I got the Heroes of Rogue One.
Yeah.
Not the ancillary characters, just the heroes, the core group. And that was it. And with Marvel Legends, it was like, I'll collect MCU versions of characters I like.
Okay,
And then I'll collect the Amazing Friends and the X-Men arcade game characters, and I'm done. That. And so that's where we are with it.
Well, even with the Star Wars figures, with the retros, I got the Star Wars ones.
Yep.
I got the Empire ones.
Yep.
Yes, I've got a pre-order in for the Jedi. I'm not getting Mando. I'm not getting Obi-Wan, with one exception. I did get the Cara Dune figure. Just cuz.
Yeah, I have the Obi-Wan and the Darth Vader from the Obi-Wan line.
Okay. So I got the Darth Vader one because I like the cloth cape. You know? And I'm too lazy to do what Toy Polloi did to make the
well, I just wanted to see how they would finally have, I do think that Darth Vader actually looks a little chintzy.
Yeah.
But it was a what if they had actually updated the Darth Vader
in the Return of the Jedi line. Yeah.
Right.
When they started getting into I was talking with Nanette last night because we were watching Toy Polloi's video about the poncho. He's making the poncho for Luke. And I was explaining to Nanette, I said, you know, the only cloth goods was the Jawa in the first one. And that was just because I actually don't even know why they switched from the vinyl to that.
Well, that the speculation is always that somebody at Kenner said that figure's half the size of the others, but doesn't look worth the same price.
Oh, I can see that. That makes sense.
But I agree with you. They ended up covering up all the sculpting that makes him look like a Jawa.
Yeah.
So it's like
I always displayed him with nothing because he looks perfectly like a Jawa just the way he's sculpted.
Yep.
But we didn't see any cloth goods until Return of the Jedi again.
Right.
And I racked my brain. I'm like, was there anything in Empire? And I can't think of anything that had cloth goods.
No, they didn't in Empire. It was only in Jedi
Yeah.
Up aside from the Jawa. And, Forlom. Forlom had a cloth coat.
Okay, yeah, that's right. But he was kind of in between, wasn't he? He was a late Empire Strikes Back, right?
Yeah, he was
Mail
late,
away.
but he had a coat.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. Well, it was like leather or like pleather, wasn't it?
It was like pleather, but it had like a cloth backing on it.
I think you're right. But that's where the transition starts. You're absolutely right with Forlom. And then they had the ones that had skirts, the ones that had capes, and so forth. And they really probably should have updated like Vader at that point. That would have been a great time to just give him a cloth cape.
And his cod piece.
Yeah.
I mean, Vader's basically rocking this camel toe.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
It's or should I say, sorry, potato in his pants.
Yeah,
You're
absolutely right.
Because they forgot to put his actual modesty piece that's on the costume on the figure.
Yeah.
It's you don't think about it when you're a kid because it's like that Vader figure. And you're just like, whatever. But
you're focused on the lightsaber and the head. That's really all you're paying attention to.
As an adult, you kind of look at it and go,
he's a Ken doll.
Yeah, you might want to cover that up, Darth.
And the other thing too was you had the vinyl capes that were folded down, and for Obi-Wan and Leia, if you popped them up, it was kind of like you were putting up their hood or whatever.
Right.
You know? And it's like, now I see these customs where they've got, people have done these snap-on hoods for Leia and stuff. And I'm like, that's pretty damn clever.
Yeah. It's like the Luke gun from.
Yes, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
To take advantage of that he can't hold anything and stuff like that. It's just, well, they've actually got the macro binoculars too, although the problem is his arm is straight out like this.
Right.
There's no way he can look through it, but still.
But see, as a kid, I didn't ever dream about him having binoculars. I dreamed about him having that Stormtrooper blaster like he did in the Death Star.
And on the cover, on the box art of the Stormtrooper blaster, where he's firing it. It's like, that was the, now that brings to mind the first video of yours that I saw, which was the Don't Eat the Yellow Lightsaber. And I swear through the whole thing, I'm like, yes, this is somebody who understands exactly what I was thinking as I was growing up through this thing. Because I had, with the exception of the 12-inch figures, I had every one of those figures you were talking about. I had that blow-up lightsaber.
Yep.
That I would take into dark rooms and and I'd look at the picture and I'd look at the movie and I'd go, this is weird. But the figure has yellow and it's not yellow in the movie. And I just ruminated on this all these years, and it was just this zeitgeist moment when you did that video. I'm like, yes, someone else who gets it,
And you'd be amazed at how many guys our age will sit there and try and act like I have shattered the sacred Madonna by talking about it in that way. And I want to look at them and go, dude, if you're going to sit there and tell me that you didn't notice that the lightsaber didn't match the color in the movie by a wide margin, like yellow to blue, if you're going to tell me as a kid that you didn't notice or care, and you're telling me that as an adult, you're either a pathetic liar, or you're the most unobservant person in the world, or I'm going to give you the narrowest benefit of the doubt, you're totally 100% colorblind. But most of the time these guys are just like, they just think they're defending this golden calf. And it's like, dude, that's not fun.
I mean, I get the quirkiness of the yellow lightsaber is we know why it happened. It's a quirk of our childhood. It's a fond memory. But I also remember using blue tester's paint to paint that yellow lightsaber, and then it wouldn't retract because the thickness of the paint was too thick. So then I'd get rid of that lightsaber, and then I'd swap the Obi-Wan for Luke because Obi-Wan's dead anyway. I mean, and the other thing I'd do is I'd get the colored cocktail toothpicks.
Yep.
And I'd insert them. And
thing to do. Yeah, because you didn't have to paint anything.
Right. And they worked perfectly. They didn't retract, but it still worked great. And hell, I was doing that kind of customization in the 70s when I was a kid. I mean, So it shouldn't surprise anybody that
Yeah.
I'm doing it now. But yeah, no, I totally get you, and that's gosh, that's our childhood. And then you take that through, and I paid attention to it through Empire and Jedi when they'd get the handheld ones that I'd look at the hilt and I'd be like, that doesn't look like the lightsaber, but
Right.
okay, it works. And they didn't put that much thought into it. 3 3/4 inch scale. And then come 96, come 2000, and they got hyper realistic lightsaber hilts. I'm like, what the crap, I mean,
yeah. I mean, those clip-in lightsabers, while it was nice to not suddenly have that hand immobilized by a built-in handle, they didn't stay in as well as the ones that were built in. They would pop out all the time.
Oh,
and
that's the other thing. Those figures that I posed for that commercial, they're all because the retro. The retro figures can't hold their things because of the way it's
first
molded.
run. The second,
So
the Empire run they can, but that first run they can't.
Yeah. So I just hot glue, the blaster into Han Solo's hand, and then there's like, do you want me to take them out? I'm like, no, leave them. They're gonna stay affixed.
That's why I'm curious about the re-release of that run, because they've
I don't know.
re-released that run, and they put them as a 6-figure box set, and I'm kind of tempted to track one of those down and buy it so I can see if they actually
Well, if you do, I'd be curious to see, because obviously I was stupid enough to buy it right off, at the beginning, and because you think as a collector, it's like, well, if I don't get it now, I'll never get it, or I'll have to pay double later. And
I bought it at the beginning to do a video on it, and then I gave them away after that to a friend.
Yeah.
So,
and this is the topic that I'm just drunk enough to bring up, because I was hoping to avoid it with you, but I don't know if you saw the video, but I did do a video about the sail barge.
you have the sail barge?
I did get the sail barge.
Yeah, okay.
Hydrate.
Thanks. There's a video about it. I called it, Jabba's sail barge, a story of love. And the reason it is because Netter got it for me as an anniversary gift.
Yeah.
And because I did not get it as a HasLab, we ended up having to get it secondhand.
Right.
So I had to we paid double the price, I think, of what it went for at the HasLab. But cheaper than anywhere else. Again, she did her Google foo, and she found a great price from someone we could go and get it from. She on our anniversary, she gives me a little box, and I open it, and it's a picture of the katana, and I'm like, oh, this is funny. She's like, no. Open it up. And it was folded, and I open it up, and it's the paperwork for her having gotten this eBay auction. She says, we just got to go pick it up. And I'm like, you are amazing.
Right.
And this guy was great. He met us halfway. He lived in Wisconsin. We met halfway at a mall, and he helped me put it in my trunk, and he had a bunch of extra action figures in there just for the F of it, including a slave Leia and whatnot. I'm like, that's pretty cool,
Sure.
I felt like I was getting the value for what he was doing,
I don't know why you think I would take umbrage with that. I mean, you didn't contribute to the HasLab problem.
I might have done, though, if I'd known about it. See, I was late coming to even knowledge of it until it was already done. And that's the other downside of this whole HasLab thing. It's one and done, and once it's done, it's gone, and you have no choice but to.
That's what they tell you. Like, how many times did Disney tell us that this is the last time you're going to be able to get Cinderella? It's going.
Yeah,
back
but
into
you
the
don't
vault
think they're
forever.
going to put out the katana again, do you?
How much money did they invest in that mold and all the machining and tooling?
But they're this stupid, though. There are so many things we can point to with Hasbro where they leave money on the table.
Yes, that's true. That's
Absolutely. I could totally see them spending this much money on those molds and never using them again, because that's their HasLab model.
Absolutely, but it's also just as likely, given their erratic behavior, that they will turn around at some point and not worry about stabbing the HasLab people in the back who invested in it and re-releasing it again.
Yeah.
I mean, so the odds are off. I said a million times, If this had been on a retail shelf, I'd have bought it.
Yep.
I
And
would
you
have.
wouldn't have had to pay for Well, I didn't have to pay for shipping either because we went and picked it up.
Right.
But still.
Yeah.
Right?
Or even if I had to pay for it through Target or Walmart online only.
Let me say, though, your video
Mm-hmm.
on
Yeah.
the katana, or videos, it's actually more than one video.
Yeah.
Pretty damn awesome.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, if I wasn't already a huge fan by the time I saw those, I figuratively and non-creepily fell in love with you at that point.
The joke that I make a few years out now that I find I have to make all the time is it's not really a joke. It's more of a snarky aside. But it's this whole idea that, people accused me because I didn't support the HasLab model.
Mm-hmm.
They accused me of, not caring about the toy collector community and not caring about all of us getting everything we've always
That
wanted.
video pretty much craps all over that argument.
Right. And I've joked in recent months and the past year, I've joked when I've heard that. I've always said, yeah, but not one of you guys out there who was preaching for everybody to support these HasLabs, even if you had to go on a payment plan so you could get your toy. I don't know of a one of you that helped another person get their barge that couldn't
Overseas,
get it.
or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I am the one guy that stood up and said, hey, this guy's gotten screwed over.
Yeah.
I'm going to do what I have to do, even though I don't believe in the way this got to market at all. And that doesn't make me a saint. What I'm saying is it makes everybody else kind of an empty suit, where it's like, you're passionate about getting your thing, but
And
you're
I
not
just-
really passionate about the community.
I feel like Hasbro needs to be aware of that. And it's like, Hasbro, this is what the fans are doing. It's the least you should be doing. You guys can ship it directly from, I don't know where they're manufacturing this, Taiwan
China.
or whatever.
Yeah, China, yeah.
It's like, it's cheaper for you to send it to Australia. Why are you ignoring Australia?
They
And
could
the
have
look
sent
on
us-
his face when he got it from you.
Yeah.
It was like,
that was
wow.
great. Yeah.
the whole funny part about it was, one, we were saying that before this guy's barge ever showed up at my door, which was they could send a certain percentage of those right from China to Australia. There's no reason to do, and of course they've since corrected that error with their future HasLabs. It's like that should have been a foregone conclusion from the get-go.
Yeah.
But the other funny thing about it was nobody on my side of the camera ever expected, when this thing showed up from somebody who needed help, we never expected that within 24 hours somebody would call me out as a con man and a hoax instigator with a 45-minute hit piece. Like, it was the most bizarre.
That is the that would be the most expensive hoax I think any YouTuber could possibly pull.
Well, sure. I mean, if you think about Occam's razor, you go, okay, if I didn't want people to know that I bought a sail barge because I spoke out against the sail barge, why would I ever put my sail barge on camera to begin with?
Exactly. Yeah. And basically say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was so, and then of course we.
And what were you
out,
doing in Australia anyway? If
Sure. But it was all clickbait on his part. See, all of that stuff as it came out in the email that he sent me that I then made public was that he admitted he didn't believe any of his BS. It was all him trying to get clicks by stirring up drama. And the funny part is that the community is so volatile and emotional, and they can be so easily led sometimes. I don't mean our community. I mean the toy community.
Yes.
That they immediately just took it at face value that, oh, look, there's RetroBlasting starting drama. And I'm like...
That's the way so many people in social media are. They jump to conclusions without paying any attention to your content, your posts, nothing. They don't know you.
Right.
And they just hear what someone said and they run with it and it's done.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
It's wacky. It's bedlam is what it is.
That is, and that is the danger of, we talk about this, people in the community. It's like, well, I know this guy from his videos, but I don't know him in real life, right? Mm-hmm. And look, for a 50-year-old, I almost said 40, geez, 50-year-old guy here, and I know that you watch soap operas, TV shows, whatever. These are actors. You don't know them.
Right.
You have no idea. And once you meet them in person, then you get a little bit of an idea.
Right.
And I've brought that same mentality to YouTube. It's like, well, I really like Michael French, but I don't know that he's really like, the guy I see in the videos. And then, Jedi Bill is like, oh, yeah. If you watch his videos, you know who Michael French is.
Yeah.
And completely separate from the fact that I try to be as genuine as possible in my videos. Hell, my long form Friday nights are literally just me sitting shooting the shit just like we would in a pub.
Right.
This is totally me. And I'm like, that's cool. So I guess I kind of do know Michael French. You know?
because you're actually, I know I joked at the beginning of the show, but I dressed up the way I literally have gone dressed up to go out my entire life. Like, if I was going to a pub or a bar or something or whatever, Melinda will tell you, Michael puts on his hat and he puts on one of his field shirts and we go. And it's, no, I don't carry a whip and I don't carry a bag and I don't know.
Oh yeah, she's got my merch on right.
And but it's just, it's like, right. And it's crazy because I think people have gotten so used to hype men on YouTube and characters that they have been disappointed so many times when they meet those people in person and realize, oh, that person is kind of playing a part. They're putting on a front. They're turning it on for this for the camera, right?
And some are upfront about that. Like you look at Critical Drinker.
Yeah.
His scripted videos are very much a character.
Right.
When you see him, in this kind of a format, it's who he really is.
Sure. But even that, at least his thoughts that he's writing down are genuine.
True.
Like I think, well, even after I got back from Australia and the video went up and everything, I actually had people in the intervening months occasionally say to me, well, that whole thing was self-serving for you. And I'm like, explain that one?
Yeah.
And people have actually said, they've been like, well, you got a vacation out of it. And I'm like, pardon me?
Yeah.
Like, they actually said, well, you got a vacation out of it. And I'm like, you act like I won a sweepstakes on The Price is Right. Like, I don't understand how you can get there. It's totally.
Did they think that he had paid for your airfare and everything?
Well, that's the funny part. No, nobody paid a dime. I paid my whole people wanted to pay to help. They wanted to help Brent.
Had I known about it at the time, I would have said, "Where's the GoFundMe?
Yeah, but
let's do this thing."
But the moment that guy called it a hoax, I said, "Guys, I'm not even going to start a process to take donations to help out. I'm literally going to give this guy the proverbial middle finger by doing all of this myself. Like, I'm going to take it on the chin and just do it." But people came back and they were like, well, it was a self-serving thing for you because you got this vacation out of it. And I'm like, wow, God, like people are just not going to
They look for every reason to tear you down. That's all it is. Yeah. The other thing, too, is you look at the bright side of things, right? Mm-hmm. You say, why am I doing the toy videos that I do? Mm-hmm. It's an excuse for me to share with everybody something I would be doing anyway,
right? And
kind of justify the money I spend on this by saying, well, maybe I'll get somewhere with this YouTube thing, and I can think of it as an investment. But it's just a justification because really this is stuff I want to do anyway.
Yeah, that's what they think. They're like, oh, he wanted to do that anyway. It's like, no, actually, in my plan for 2019, there was nothing budgeted in there to fly frivolously at short notice to Australia for a week. Like, and the only reason I stayed a week is because if you're going to fly that far, there's no sense in making that kind of flight investment and then turning around and going back. And that's the thing a lot of people don't understand. It's like, well, isn't spending less money? And it's like, yeah, but if you're flying almost 24 hours in an airplane to a place you've never been before, are you really going to drop off a barge, have dinner, and then turn around and fly back before you've blinked an eye? Yeah. Like, are you crazy? Like that, you get a hotel and you stay just a few days. And anyone
who's ever flown anywhere
Yeah.
knows that's a freaking miserable prospect to begin with.
Right. Yeah.
You know, to turn around and go right back and do it again for 24 hours, I at least need to decompress for a week before I even think about getting back on a plane again.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand where. Well, you know what? Let's be honest. People just don't think. They just want to bitch, and that's all. You know. But yeah, I watch your channel. I see every now and again you'll do a decompression. I call them decompression videos. Maybe you'd call it a rant video or whatever, where people have just given you shit, and you're like, look, and then you just lay it out.
Yeah.
And I know why you do it, but at the same time, I think you should realize that from our point of view, it's like, yeah, thanks for doing that. Because I feel that way on a smaller scale, you know, dealing with this stuff too. I get you. We're here for you, Michael, you know.
Right.
Amen. Orville Nation, thanks for coming in. He's another one of my my big heroes in the YouTube world. He's a big he gives me a lot of advice, and I super appreciate him coming by to encourage me. And Master Son 42, I have been very bad about keeping up with the chat. I'm just so engaged with Michael. And giving me, come hither, look, dude, why did you even finish that sentence? Go. There is nothing here for you if you're getting a come hither look from your wife. Go, man. Thanks so much for coming by. Don't. Yeah, man. That's married life. That's good married life, I tell you. But yeah, we didn't even get into a lot of what I wanted to share with you. Maybe we would have had Melinda been here, because I feel like I look at you and Melinda, and I see a lot of me and Netter. I think if we lived locally to each other, we probably would hang out a lot. We'd probably be going to conventions together. I think we chewed some of the same historic ground, even though, you know, we're northern, you know, we're Yankees, and, you know, I know Melinda's southern. You're a world traveler. I mean, but I think that we've enjoyed the same eras, some of the same toys. We have some of the same movie interests, World War II love, and history buffs. Yeah, I mean, that was really, and I don't know if you've seen any of the videos where I've shared why I started Last Call, but about 2020, 2019, when the COOF was starting, Netter and I were working for the same company. Same department, actually.
Right.
And every Friday, we would get together with our coworkers, go to the other side of the expressway where there was this restaurant and bar. We'd get drinks and we'd decompress on Fridays. And we would complain about customers. We'd complain about our bosses. You know, just, it was great. It really was wonderful. When we lost our jobs, completely lost track of all those people, you know. And I was like, I miss that.
Sure.
I said, and we were part of, you know, various YouTube communities. I said, let's start a Friday night, you know, pub crawl type of thing in the YouTube sphere. And that's where this all came from. And it really has become promote the other channels and whatnot. And if I like a YouTube channel, I assume everyone that follows me probably will too, because they influence and so forth. And
together we grow.
And together we grow, as PJ says. But yeah, so that's where that came from. And
that's always been my philosophy.
Yeah. And since you live, you know, half a country away, this is the only way we could have a drink together. So.
No, I think I've mentioned before that I've had in-person, you know, discussions, even if it's live like this, virtual in person, with some big YouTubers in what we would consider our pop culture space. And I've told them to their faces, I've been like, hey, the problem is that there ain't no reaching down and reaching out a hand to the guy below you in this community with a lot of you guys. you guys are kind of like up there,
Yeah.
and you're not helping the village. Like you're just kind of leeching off the village.
True.
And I've been that blunt about it.
Yeah.
And some of them have gotten real insecure about it, and they'd be like, are you talking about me? And I'm like, I'm not that passive aggressive. I said what I meant, all of you.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
All of you. And I said, and it's not that way in other communities. I'm like, the video game guys are always collaborating. It doesn't matter how big or small their channels are, they're always collaborating. And I said, and I said, I'm not going to play this self-serving game. And so I have, like, on my channel, I try to interview all of the channels that I come across. It takes time, because you got to set up these interviews all the time. But I have a whole live stream topic genre where I'm interviewing other channels in our space, in our community, to try and get their signals boosted. And
that's great.
I'm not trying to brag on myself. What I'm saying is that, just like what Netter just said, it's like, you got to live your truth. And I'm trying to live my truth. And there were some people who, not many, but they weren't mean about it, but they were worried. They were worried that one guy actually got mad when 3 weeks ago we crossed 100K. There was one guy that got mad about it, and he said,
"What's to get mad about?"
He said, "RetroBlasting's no longer a small channel anymore. This is sad." And he left, and he made a big public exit. But most people who had reservations, they weren't like that. They were just worried because they thought that the moment that happens, they were afraid that a YouTube channel's personality will just change, and suddenly I'll be just like over here, my whole attitude will change. And I was like, hey, look, guys, 10.5 years doing this and making the sacrifices that I made in order which is why it took 10.5 years. It was going to take 11. And then something that weird Lego video that I thought was just a fun video, just boom. But anyway, you can't predict YouTube, right?
For sure.
But it was like, I said, guys, if I have stuck to my guns for 11 years, why do you think I'm going to change overnight? Because
exactly.
Melinda actually gave me crap earlier today because I went this past weekend, not this coming weekend, but this last weekend.
Sure.
I went up to South Carolina to visit a good friend of mine, and we went to like a gun show or something. And while we were there, we got lunch. We were talking and everything. And while I was out, the YouTube Silver Plaque Award showed up at the house. And
I saw the picture,
Yeah, I told Melinda, I said, just open it up, take a picture. And so she opened it up and took a picture. The cat was in the picture, and she sent it to me.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I've been home all week, and Melinda looked at me earlier today. She goes, you haven't even opened this box to actually see the award, yourself. Right. And I'm like, oh, well, I did, my thought, and I can't do it because I actually had it wrong. I thought the silver play button was like a paperweight. I thought it was actually this big.
Oh.
I did not. I thought it was like a paperweight, sculpted paperweight. Like
sure.
A thin wave. I did not know it was a plaque. I thought that was the million award, right? I did not know. So my plan had always been that I was going to take that silver paperweight award, silver button award, back to England, to the coast of Cornwall. And I was going to recreate the end of Force Awakens with a friend of mine. His wife was going to, walk the hills and everything, and then have the bag. And she was going to walk up to this dude, me with my back turned, not in a robe or anything.
Right.
In there. And then she was going to root around in her bag, and she was going to push a lightsaber to the side and grab this button thing and hand it to me. And I was going to look at it and then throw it over my shoulder off the cliff. And that was going to be the whole video, right?
Right.
Well, I did not expect this A4 size plaque to arrive. And I'm like, oh, well, I can't really throw that over my shoulder. But my point in telling you that story is that's how ambivalent I am towards.
It's not why you do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the moment I found out I couldn't do a snarky video about it, I literally just forgot about it in the box. And it's just like, whatever.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to encourage Jim Largo. He says, every village needs an idiot. I get I get in where I fit in, dude. Yeah, because we're all idiots here. I mean, so if you feel that's where you fit in, you're certainly welcome. Tom Connors over at Midnight's Edge pretty much put it in perspective for me. He's like, if you're doing it because you're trying to get to the 1,000 and get monetized and become a big YouTuber, you're doing it for all the wrong reason. It's just work.
Yeah.
If you're doing it because you love doing it, hanging out with the people, whatever your shtick is, and you just happen to end up making some money doing it. And when he put it that way, I'm like, yeah. Yeah. That makes a whole lot more sense. So now I'm kind of caring a lot less. Although, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
The fact that right now, because of this stream with you, man, I have gained, I'm at 524 subscribers when I was at 513 going in. Thanks. That's not why
and there'll be more people who will see it tomorrow because the links are posted that they couldn't stay up this late. Sure. So they'll watch it on the replay.
That's the hard thing, because it really kind of is a global reach. And I've got friends in Britain, that have even been, they'll take a nap in the middle of the day to come on the show. So, like Matthew Flynn and Wakasashi's Tea House in Japan, for crying out loud. It's like, guys, I super appreciate it. Sometimes, Ryan Roger Athe, that name, he'll do something early in the afternoon and then he'll be on someone else's channel. Then he came on my channel. I'm like, dude, how are you still awake? And he goes, I'll sleep later. It's like,
right.
You guys are awesome, but yeah.
Well, that's why Melinda did her Halloween live stream today at 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah, because I did see some of that. Yeah.
Even though that eliminates pretty much most of the American audience from being able to watch because they're all at work.
Right. Well, this is what so many people will say, I can't be there Friday. I'm like, that's fine. You can watch it anytime. You don't actually have to be here unless you're the guest. You don't actually physically have to be here. That's the great thing about YouTube. One of the other guys in the community, Big Al of Big Al Presents, he's like, I have a guy that I want to do a video with. The only time we could do it is on Sunday when you're on with Aged Boomer, Geeky Geezers. I'm like, do it, man. There's only so many hours in a week. Yeah. If his was a rewatch, a watch party. I said, hopefully people go see that live with you, and then they can always catch up with us the next day as they usually do anyway. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, and like Orville's saying here, he says some people do change, though, and that's very true.
True.
That's where you have to be discerning and careful. But I'll tell you right now, like I've watched a number of Troy's shows, and I don't see Troy.
That still boggles my mind.
No, I do. Like I watch a ton of Clobber in Time. I watch you. I watch 3POA podcast, and then a few other channels, like Steve War and things like that. And it's for me, it's not.
Forget that analog toy channel.
No, I watch analog. I watch analog toys. I thought that was a foregone conclusion.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm kidding.
But
with
yeah,
you.
like when it comes to like live streams and chats and stuff like that, you guys are the guys that I go to listen to, and I find it funny when people are surprised because they'll try to recommend me like videos all the time from these really, really big channels, not just toy channels, but just big channels, and I'm like. When it feels like a product, I just am not interested. I'm not trying to poo-poo on those channels. They've clearly done something that's made them successful.
Sure.
But when it feels soulless, I really lose interest. And it's and so like my tastes are just different. So Orville's right when he says some people do change when they hit a certain plateau, whether it's in their career or on social media, or they got a certain trophy, or they won an Oscar or whatever, and then they change. That's baked into some people's DNA and they're broken. But other people, as my wife will tell you, like myself, are so stubborn in their own personality that they have cut off their nose to spite their face many times. And that's me. Like I don't
I'm
budge.
right there.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Yeah.
So Orville Nation is asking the obvious question from Orville Nation. Do you like the Orville?
I loved I haven't seen enough of New Horizons to comment on the new season. I loved the original run of the Orville. I thought that was great. I will say that I was a little disappointed in the stuff I've seen from New Horizons. I just be clear. As much as I appreciated that Seth MacFarlane was trying to do Star Trek the right way when Star Trek had lost its way,
yeah,
I also liked the fact that it was, while not a satire of Star Trek, it wasn't Naked Gun Star Trek. It was a comedy in many ways.
Yeah.
And I feel like New Horizons has kind of gone up its own replicator, so to speak, and
I get
kind
what
of
you're saying. Yeah.
become like far more I don't want to say pretentious, but it just feels like it's taking itself so seriously now, which is very difficult for original viewers of the Orville to reconcile. Because it's like
a pendulum, right? It's like it started out almost parody, now it's gone almost dark serious, and it's somewhere in the middle that's really the sweet spot.
I liked the idea that it was taking Star Trek and what was possible in that world and things that could ostensibly happen that are not out of the realm of reality of that world, but wacky. So, like, for example, when the robot literally cut that guy's leg off and then as a prank, it's like, that's hilarious because the robot also knows that the medical technology will be able to regrow his leg. So it's not, it's just a wacky, hilarious prank. It's not what it would be if it happened in our world.
And let's face it, if we lived in that world, and somebody did that to like you know, it'd be like, and then there'd be the following gags, like the thing is starting to grow out and it itches, and I still can't walk on it because it's too short. And I'd be laughing at that. I'd be like, this is awesome.
And that's my point, is that it was what funny stuff was happening in Star Trek just off the lens of the camera.
Exactly.
Whereas now they've lost all that. That's how I feel anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
So I have a hard time, you know, with these kinds of compliments. Orville Nation says Troy has tons of potential. He's going places. Yeah, I'm going places, but I get lost so easy. I don't know how to get back sometimes.
We got to learn how to use a compass.
I do know how to use a compass. I just don't know where I am on the map. So,
well, that is a fundamental challenge. Yeah,
it's like the old joke, you know. My grandfather's in great shape. He runs 5 miles a day. Now we don't know where the hell he is. You know?
Yeah, I get you. I do.
But you know, and this is, I think the Orville finally did a story that was alluded to in Next Gen. Every fan was like, this story needs to happen, but they just couldn't do it back then. If you had access to a holodeck, it would be all porn all the time, you know?
Yeah, the holodeck would have the same end result as the internet has. The holodeck would literally be either you walk in on a virtual group of people arguing about Star Wars, or you walk in on porn. Like, that would be what was happening.
Well, hopefully you'd have some kind of safeguards where, you know, private session, you know, you can't access or whatever.
Look, if that was the case, then Barkley would have had that set up before they caught him in that weird scenario.
Well, that's the other thing. That's like the dude who's watching porn at work. It's not your computer, so
if any superior officer can override the privacy lock on the holodeck to get in there and get you, then there is no privacy lock.
I did like, too, you got the counselor. It's like, well, you know, it's good for him to work through his, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And then she finds out she's one of the subjects. And, you know, oh, really? You can't change your opinion when it's you. Yeah. And I'm like, I could totally see that kind of thing happening, you know, real-world HR kind of environment, you know?
I related to the holodeck far more after we got to DS9, and it was O'Brien and Bashir doing the Battle of Britain stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, even going back a little bit to Next Gen, where you have Riker and Guinan and Picard doing the target practice, I'd be like, absolutely. You're on a military vessel. You'd be doing that kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah, or the Robin Hood thing. I'm like, I'd be all in on that. I'd do the Robin Hood thing all day.
I am not a merry man.
That was another one of the trials that we did. We brought in actually same guy who played David Tennant came into play. We put Sherlock Holmes on trial. And we brought him in using one of those holographic projectors. Yeah. So like he was a hologram.
Right.
And I said, okay, for the record, state your name, Sherlock Holmes. I said, oh, Sherlock Holmes, are you? And then I held up these placards where I had a picture of Jeremy Brett and Basil Rathbone. And the last one I had was Data as Sherlock Holmes. I'm like, which one are you? You know, and anyway, but yeah, no, the holodeck. Let's face it, that's the kind of technology everyone wants, and they're seriously working on it. They're really trying to make VR into that.
Have you ever done a VR game?
When it first started, we're talking like late 80s, early 90s, which was these huge headsets that kind of made you nauseous.
Right.
And it was neat, but not worth it.
Right.
I haven't done anything like it since.
Okay, I did my first VR ever a year and a half ago. A friend of mine came over and he brought his Oculus. And he brought over that Star Wars Vader game, whatever it was. And I was real skeptical. And we cleared the room in the studio here. And he had me put the thing on and had the little handsets or whatever. And we did the whole thing with the room. And I was real skeptical. I was like, and I'm going to tell you, man, like, even though it was still graphics, but they were very good graphics, and my whole vision was immersed in it, and I was able to walk. I wish I had had a bigger garage to do it in, but it was it still worked. I was like impressed and even shocked by like just looking up and then grabbing a ladder and then pulling myself up actually gave me the motion sensation of pulling myself up on a ladder and try. And then when the lightsaber came on, I mean, there was one point where my friend, his name was Keith, he actually kind of freaked out a little bit because he and Melinda were watching me in the room while I was immersed in the thing. So I probably looked like an idiot. And suddenly I had to get into a cockpit right in the beginning of a ship. And they said, you know, obviously it was like, we've got to get away or whatever. And it was like, activate the hyperdrive. And this was supposed to be like the tutorial level. But I did not know the pacing of the game, nor did I know to wait for prompts. So the moment it said, quick, we've got to activate the hyperdrive and get out of here. And I'm looking like this, and I immediately go flick, flick, flick with the switches. And then suddenly I turn back around, and Keith is standing there in the room. Anyway, he didn't say anything at the time, but after I turned back to the thing, it said, quick, flick the switches to turn on the hyperdrive. I'm like, I've already done that. So later on, you know, I'm out of it, and Keith's like, did I actually see you just reflexively know how to activate the hyperdrive in a Star Wars ship? And I went, Keith, I'm like, this is baked into my DNA, all right? Like, I know that when Han Solo starts the hyperdrive, he goes, boom, 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 and then pulls the lever. And Keith was like, my God, he goes, you really do have like muscle memory for all that stuff. And I'm like,
I get that. With Star Trek, I was the same way because I had all of those Mike Okuda technical manuals. I knew how all of the different bridge positions worked. And I'm like, if anyone did a VR of this, I'd be ready to sit down and do it, you know? And then when they did that movie, what was the one with Tim Allen? The Star Trek
Galaxy Quest.
And the kid says, he's like, yeah, I had this all figured out. I knew exactly how everything worked. And they built this ship based on my movements. I'm like, I can totally relate to that. So So Kal-El-48 says, brings up Dixon Hill. I would imagine you'd be wanting to do. I would totally want to go and do a Dixon Hill scenario with you, dude. I think you and I would take to that scenario perfectly. Although we'd probably end up going, this car is not accurate because, you know, this is off or something, you know.
True. Although, you know, by that point, we would hope that a holodeck would have gotten a lot of that stuff worked out. Like, if it's a massive AI computer with the whole history of the human race in it,
right? Yeah, good point.
You better get a Packard right. Like, I just
good point. Yeah, you do get that impression from Star Trek technology, right? Like they give generalities and the computer fills in the blanks. Because if it was today, the programmer has to put in all of those details himself.
I mean, do you find that your in-person friends, I hate it when people say real life friends, because this is real life.
I know what you mean though, yeah.
But in-person friends, do you find that your in-person friends are always amused by your preferences for things that they consider outdated?
I don't think we really have any friends that don't buy into our crazy, like Evelyn here and so many others. Skipper Kenner, who left already. They're part of that whole zeitgeist for us.
My friends often are like, they'll say to me, you know, Michael, you don't have to tuck in your shirt. And I'm like, yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
They're like, Michael, do you ever just wear a t-shirt? I'm like, no. And then they're like, Michael,
not out of the house, right?
Well, right, but even with me, I have to, even with a t-shirt, even with a collared shirt open and undone, I still have to feel a collar. I'm weird.
Sure.
And like they will jab me mercilessly about things like, you know, they'll joke. They're like, Michael doesn't have a firearm that doesn't have wood on it somewhere. Like they joke about things like that because I'm so.
Do you do custom handles on your pieces?
No. As a matter of fact, I'm just a guy that just loves vintage stuff. And so
gotcha.
Whatever I'll end up just buying things that other people will just, like my friends they laughed at me because they said, Michael, they said, why are you buying a revolver? And I said, because I love revolvers. They're so cool.
Yeah.
And they go, yeah, but they're not practical. And I went,
depends on what you want it for.
Depends on what you want. Like, I'm like, define practical. Like,
yeah.
And my buddy Scott is one of the few people that doesn't admonish me for that. He actually supports it. But I'm always the guy that's like, I always end up liking the quirky thing. That what's considered quirky now that would have been normal 70 years ago.
Yeah.
No, I don't know why that is, but that's just.
See, I'm a simple guy. Mm-hmm. You know, I've always been of the mindset, the simpler it is, the less that can go wrong with it.
Right.
When I would buy a car, mm-hmm. I struggled when they went from, the crank windows to the automatic. Automatic used to be an option. Now it's just standard. And it's like, it's just something else that can go wrong, I mean, if you have an electrical problem, you can't open and close the window. I could always crank open that window,
Sure.
If something goes wrong, I know how to fix it.
Exactly.
And it was the same thing with our first handgun. I said, let's get a revolver. Mm-hmm. It's not semi-automatic, less things that can go wrong with it. I can more easily learn how to take it apart, clean it, put it back together, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then we went with the Ruger Wrangler 22, easier to get ammunition for these days.
Sure.
Although I do have a T-shirt that says "Will work for ammo." It's just
that's just the world these days. No,
right?
It's funny that you brought that up because, one of the joshings I got almost 10 years ago, or over 10 years ago now, was I really wanted a Webley Mark VI, which is a World War I revolver that you see in Lawrence of Arabia.
Yep.
Like the one he carries. And Indiana Jones carries a variant of it with a curved grip in Last Crusade and Crystal Skull.
I never noticed that.
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine at the time joked with me. They said, why on earth are you looking for something like that when you can't even buy ammo for it anymore? they said you could basically, what they were saying was you could buy something that works. And I went, I'm not buying it because it works or doesn't work or has ammo or doesn't have ammo. I said, I'm buying it because it's literally a piece of history that I want to be able to physically connect with. I want to be able to actually be in its presence.
I mean, that's like asking somebody, why are you buying a plastic lightsaber or a plastic blaster?
Right.
You know, it's like, well, because, you know, I just want it, you know? If I want to buy a sidearm to protect my house, that's one gun. But if I want to buy, you know, an old Colt Peacemaker, I'm probably never going to fire that thing.
Right.
That thing is going to be a display piece.
It's a paperweight that has historical value.
Yeah,
and it's a like a lodestone piece at that point. Similarly, I could go out tomorrow to Target and I could buy a bunch of shot glasses, but I didn't do that. I actually went on the hunt and finally found 4 of the same shot glasses that were used in the Ravenwood bar scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Wow,
those as my shot glasses, not the ones that I could have picked up for 50 cents a piece at Target. Not that those aren't totally usable and they're totally practical, but I'm just not wired that way. Like
Scott Hughes makes an excellent point. Although the inner workings of a revolver are much more complicated than an auto, but it's what I understand.
Sure.
When I say I can take it apart and put it back together again,
right?
I don't understand the workings of semi-automatics. I'm not ready to go there just yet.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But he's absolutely right with what he said. But
it's just I was just curious because you're such a retro guy as well, and Netter, I gotta ask, like, is that one of the big appeals of Troy to you? Or
I have not figured out what the appeal is of me to her. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like we have a lot of the same interests.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually older than him. So I guess I'm his retro thing.
I suppose.
And I do not look my age. Now,
well, Melinda's older than me, so.
I know that. And see, that's another one of those things where I said, again, we have so much in common, you know?
Well, the difference is, Melinda looks younger than me, but she's older than me.
This is going to blow your mind. I'm going to be 60 this year.
Oh, well, I
do not look at my age.
Yeah.
No, you don't. But are congratulations in order, or is that?
I suppose. I mean, you know,
I survived.
I suppose congratulations on not having died is always a good thing, right?
That's perfect.
Beats the alternative, but
but I grew up in the 60s, so 60s, 70s are the types of toys that Troy is into, and I grew up with them firsthand. A little bit older than him, so if my brother had them, I got to see them and play with them.
She came from a big family, so it was a lot of hand-me-down toys. Very different, where I was the older one. And we can we both can kind of go, we're now adults and we can buy whatever we want for ourselves, you know? And that's, we connect on that level. But the older, everyone all my life has always said Troy just has an old soul. And that's partly because, I was close with my mom. My mom was into the music of her youth, which obviously that was what I listened to a lot of Elvis, a lot of, Motown and so forth. Close with my grandparents. So Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, big band stuff.
Which is the music I grew up on.
And so, she comes along and she's like when we were dating, she's like, well, I'm 8 years older than you. Many years down the line, are you going to be starting to look for someone younger? I said, look, I love maturity. If I'm going to look at anyone else, it might be someone older than you. So it's just, we're okay. Don't worry about it. Right.
Yeah. I mean, Melinda and I joke all the time. We always say to each other, can you imagine having to date again? And I'm like, oh God, yeah. Look. Like I told Melinda, I'm like, if for whatever reason, I said, God forbid that we, have a falling out or whatever. I don't think we will, but let's say that, pie in the sky. That
never happened. Yeah, it could happen.
Or,
sure.
I'm like, I'm just gonna batch it for the rest of my life. I don't want to be in that world. I'm gonna be that guy at the end of the bar that's just kind of like hanging out and like, reading a World War II memoir, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's Michael. He's in here every day. You know,
Yeah.
nice guy. You know, like that's it. That's gonna be me."
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I totally get you.
Yeah.
But yeah. So how long for you two?
Oh, you mean together?
Yeah.
We've been together 13 years as of the 23rd.
Okay.
Congratulations.
And I cleverly made sure that we got married on October 23rd, so I only have to remember one date.
One anniversary.
So,
Great.
I
Brilliant,
also
brilliant.
felt that those other years counted because I was like, you know what? I'm calling this our 13th anniversary. You can call it our second wedding anniversary if you want,
sure.
but I'm calling it 13.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was like, it's fair, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For us, we met in
December of 91.
December, which was just before her birthday.
Uh-huh.
And we ended up getting married then that following year in August.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
the reason so quick was I said, look, the sooner we get married, the sooner we can start celebrating anniversaries, you know?
Now, actually, what he's leaving out is when we met at a Star Trek convention.
Uh-huh.
But I wasn't formally introduced to him until a friend of mine said, let's go to the opening of Star Trek 6. There's a guy there that's a friend of mine I want you to meet. When I met him, she's introducing me. I can't hear a word she's saying. I'm just looking into his big brown eyes, and my only thought was, I'm going to marry this man. I knew nothing about him, but I just knew I was going to marry him. And 8 months later, we were married.
And I figured I had to get her to say I do before she got her eyesight back or came to her senses or something, you know?
Right.
That was my thinking. But yeah, it was, I mean, that could be a stream in and of itself. My mom didn't approve. We eloped. I didn't talk to my mom for 10 years after that.
She did.
Yeah, there was a lot of family. It has a lot to do with what was going on with my family and.
Well, I mean, I can relate to that on a certain level, but I was just like, oh wow, like okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was really stupid. I had been married before, and I had 2 kids from that marriage, and because of that, she was against
Italian
me.
Catholic mom, overprotective. You know,
Right.
A lot of other stuff that kind of goes into it. She had been through a divorce, so she kind of, became very insular with her immediate family and stuff. And it was a bad toxic environment that we worked through,
Sure.
after 10 years,
Yeah.
I feel like we have a lot in common. We've chewed some of the same ground as far as, personal histories and stuff. And
Yeah, I was part of a Firefly meetup group when I met Melinda. So
Oh, neat.
not far off from a Star Trek thing, It's
brown
like,
coats, huh? Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, that was a brilliant combination, sci-fi western.
And
I don't know
yet-
why we don't get more of that.
And yet but for that very reason, as much as I was into it at the time,
Yeah,
I mean, I have a head to toe, stitch for stitch accurate television Mal Reynolds outfit. Like
Sure.
Wow.
Not Serenity the movie. I mean
Yeah.
the show, which is actually harder to do. It's harder to get the show outfit than the movie outfit. And all the way down to a full metal replica of the gun, which you don't find. And
right.
Yeah, it was weird because as the fans kept trying to drag on the hope that it would come back,
Right.
and people like Whedon and Nathan Fillion would just tease in this hollow way to keep the fans stirred up over the next 5 years or whatever it was, with no intention of or any knowledge or resources to bring the show back.
Sure.
I actually, in my discerning way, I got kind of irritated by that because I'm like, guys, the show ain't coming back.
Right.
And they're like, no, it's coming back. And I'm like, I got to get out of this. I can't,
I had not seen the show until it was over with.
Right.
And my introduction to it was a buddy of mine, his brother-in-law, his sister, and a group of friends that he gamed with were going to be going to Gen Con to run a Firefly role-playing game. And they needed playtesters. Would I come and play? I'm like, I don't know the rule set, but I'm sure I could pick it up pretty quick.
Sure.
they have me come out to play, and then they cast me as Mal Reynolds. And I'm like, guys, I don't know these characters. I don't know the story. And they're like, don't worry. You are the kind of person. Just play yourself and you'll be fine. I'm like, okay. And I'm shooting out these funny one-liners that I think are so brilliant that have nothing to do with the show. And there was one line where someone said, "Oh, that's so-and-so's line." What I had said was somebody got a really good roll on a marksmanship or something. It was like a double 20 or something. I don't know. And I said, "Oh no, I was the one that got it. That's what it was. I got a really good shot." And they were like, "Wow, that was a great shot." I said, "Yeah, but I was aiming for his head." And someone else said, "Well, that was my line." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "You've never seen the show?" I'm like, "No, I was quoting Blake 7.
Right.
And they're like, "What's Blake 7? And I'm like, "Oh crap."
Yeah.
And then after I did, it's like that following week, I watched the whole series in a binge, and I was like, this Joss Whedon totally was not ripping off, but inspired by Blake 7. And like I said, ripping off some lines. I'm like, this is brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it was one of those things where that was probably my first indication, not including some of the stuff that happened with I was so distant from the prequels so quickly with Star Wars that I didn't really immerse myself in the current Star Wars fandom of the time, but I was in the fandom of the Browncoats, and it was like after it was I could read the writing on the wall. I had just come back from the Los Angeles film industry just a year or two before that movie came out that ended everything for Firefly. And I said, "Guys, it ain't coming back." And they're like, "No, it is. It's not. They're coming out with a comic book." I'm like, that means it's truly dead. Like, it ain't coming back.
That's true.
And they just weren't getting it, and they were so obnoxious about it with their naivete, I guess.
Yeah.
And I finally just was like, it was almost like walking away from a drug addict, where it was like, I can't watch you destroy yourself. I won't do this anymore. And I just walked away from it. And I've still got the Blu-rays and stuff. And Melinda occasionally is like, "We should watch it again." And I'm like, I think you're going to be doing that alone. I'm just not. It'll be another 10 years before I'm in the mood. Like,
and see, this is why I'm glad that we have role-playing games to some of this stuff. I could play out the scenarios I want to see and whatnot.
Right.
In fact, bringing it back to Star Wars, that's kind of what I felt like Mandalorian was. When I saw Mandalorian, I was like, this is like a scenario I could see have us running in our Star Wars game back when we did that, you know? And if that's what Star Wars is going to become, I'm okay with that. I could live with that.
Right.
If it's good.
Yeah.
Which Mandalorian pretty much was for the most part.
It's the first season.
Yeah.
The thing that I think the thing that happened with Mandalorian, which is unfortunate, and the fans ate it up, and I thought it was a massive mistake, was Mandalorian was at its strongest in the first season because it was
divorced from everything else.
All new characters.
Yeah.
They were literally like, we're not fan servicing anything. This is its own series of events in its own time and place in another part of the galaxy. Okay, desert planet once again, whatever. But other than that, it was its own thing. And then they slowly just couldn't help themselves. And they're like, quick, let's start hooking in Ahsoka and Luke Skywalker and this. And I'm like, and Boba Fett. And I'm just like, oh, kill me now. Like, kill me.
Yeah, and the other problem with it is you've got this corporate structure of egotistical assholes that go, well, this most popular character, we're getting rid of her because the actress had a wrong think.
Yep.
And we're going to make sure that we don't bring in Luke Skywalker because we hate him. Oh, somebody else decided to bring in Luke Skywalker. You know, and it's like there's all this infighting behind the scenes. I'm trying to destroy your characters because I'm trying to establish dominance. And you've got all that going on literally working against any one person having a creative vision. It's like you're never going to have something successful as long as this crap is going on.
No.
You know?
Well, I just don't have any interest in the Star Wars franchise anymore.
I know. But that's happening to all the franchises. It's starting to happen to Marvel now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely happened to Star Trek.
Yeah. Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
It's going to be I'm convinced that that's why they brought Tennant back, is because they knew that they were going to have to re-energize the fan base before they launched into the next Doctor. They had to literally like jump start with jumper cables.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's really no different than bringing back Luke Skywalker. You're trying
I don't disagree.
You're trying to bring back fans that are not going to buy it. They're you know, it's like, oh, that's so bullshit.
I never said it was a good strategy.
No,
Strategy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Every fan, every real fan that I see on the interwebs is saying if they don't undo the timeless child or whatever it was,
Yeah.
it's a non-starter. It
Right.
really is. And you can say you don't like women, you don't like, people of color, you don't like, progressive. Fine, say that if you want. Use that as your excuse.
Right.
You shat all over canon. That's what I hold against you.
Yeah, I had this argument with a few people at the time that it was announced when Chibnall took over the show. And I said, at the time, I said, this is all a lack of vision. And they were like, oh, because a woman's front and center? And I said, absolutely not. I said, that's not why.
They were talking about that back in the 80s.
Yeah. And I said, if Moffat hadn't been as recklessly incompetent as he was, or I shouldn't say incompetent, recklessly indulgent as he was, then all of what they wanted to accomplish with the Whittaker casting could have actually been something that would have been really exciting and revolutionary for the entire continuity.
Yeah.
And people are like, what are you talking about? And I said, guys, I'm a noob Whovian compared to a lot of you, but God, I must just be so addicted to story.
Yeah.
That's what I pick up on first.
Sure.
And I said, here's the thing. I hate the War Doctor. I think it's a terrible, flagrant miscalculation of the continuity that should have been McGann.
Yep.
McGann should have been that doctor, and that was the end of his time. That was what happened to him in the intervening years.
Absolutely.
And that wouldn't have broken the timeline. And if that had happened, then that would have meant, right, that if I'm doing my counting correctly, that Capaldi would have been the last doctor in the regenerations. He would have been the last one.
No, you're miscalculating because there was 2 tenants by their calculation.
But wasn't that other tenant because he was made out of a hand, he wasn't officially a regeneration?
No. You're misunderstanding.
Okay.
When he starts to, in that episode, when he starts to regenerate and he doesn't finish and he puts the rest of it into, that was considered one generation. So you got to think of it as he regenerated back into the same form in that one. That's canon. Yeah, that's how they've done their numbers.
But they actually count that instead of a false start, they count that as one.
Yes, because it was the same amount of.
Then I'm going to add on to what I said.
Yeah.
That's also stupid and shouldn't have happened. Right?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So if we count that as a premature ejaculation that shouldn't have happened.
That's basically what it is, yes.
Right? We erase that. No War Doctor, it's McGann, right?
Yep.
That means that Capaldi is the last regeneration, right?
Okay.
Is our math good now? Is that
sure? We can, for the sake of the argument. Sure.
Wait. Is it still off?
I'd have to crunch the numbers, and it's not worth it.
Because all I'm thinking about is the number of actors. And so Tennant is there as 10.
Right.
Smith is 11.
But see, with the War Doctor, he's not 10, he's 9. I mean, if you take the War Doctor out.
He's not 9 either. Because Eccleston is 9.
Right. Eccleston should be Oh, wait a minute.
Either-
McGann is 8.
McGann is 8, and the War Doctor regenerates into.
I see how you're doing your math, and that makes sense. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
So it goes 8, who is now the War Doctor as well.
Yes.
9, 10, 11, 12 is Capaldi. And
Yes.
that's 12 regenerations, right? Boom. So
Yep.
the moment Capaldi is supposed to regenerate, he doesn't, because Moffat did that stupid thing where they're like, the Time Lords granted me more regenerations,
Right.
Clara,
Yeah.
which is like, what?
Yeah.
They didn't have the nerve to do what they needed to do, which was this long-running sci-fi show from 1963 to now.
And bring it to an
To
end.
have the bravery to say,
Yeah.
this is now not the show is over. This Time Lord has ended his time, right?
Yeah.
So we end him, right?
Right.
At the very beginning of the series in 1963,
Mm-hmm.
the Doctor had a granddaughter.
Yes. Susan Foreman.
Susan, yeah. And he left her behind, I believe, on Earth, if I recall.
In the 1990s, I
Uh-huh.
believe.
Right. So my thing had always been the TARDIS is there. Peter Capaldi knows he's not going to regenerate. He's going to die. And it leaves the TARDIS uncrewed, unmanned, whatever.
Yeah.
And the TARDIS is over the Earth at that point in the context of that story. And it goes flying back to the surface of the Earth. And it lands in Susan's back garden. And she's an,
Wow.
old woman.
Brilliant.
Susan comes out. She sees this thing she hasn't seen in God knows how long.
Yeah.
She goes inside. Her grandfather's not there. She doesn't know what's going on, right?
Right.
At the time, many of the Doctor's enemies their sensors have gone off that the TARDIS is now no longer secured by the Doctor, and they can finally get this to weaponize it.
Sure.
So they come to the Earth in this special. This would be a special, obviously, where Susan knows that she has to protect the TARDIS from these forces. She knows these people, these enemies, whether they're the Cybermen or the Daleks or whatever. She's familiar with them. And she successfully, in her advanced age, does what she has to do, but she sacrifices herself to save the planet and / the universe in doing it, thinking that she's going to die, forgetting about the fact that she's lived on Earth for so long that she's forgotten, in a way, that she is Gallifreyan. And
she
she
can
regenerates.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
TARDIS is like, you are part of the blood lineage of this. You are now the Doctor. It is now your job to protect the universe.
That would have been brilliant. Yeah.
And now you have the Doctor as a woman
Yep.
with Susan.
That would have been brilliant.
And
That
everybody
would have been
been like, I'm sure there have been some people who have been like grumpy, but it would have been like, hey, we're respecting the continuity. He had
Right.
12 regenerations and that was it. And now his granddaughter from 1963 has regenerated and is taking the show on forward. Why is this not a good idea?
That's some great thought. Okay. Once again, fans doing the best work, like one of my favorite YouTube channels always says. But there was and I repeat that on here all the time. But there was, my thought was they took the time to look at Capaldi. Capaldi has a storyline where he looks at himself in a mirror and he goes, that face. I've seen that face before, because Peter Capaldi had played a previous role,
Right.
you know, and so there's, why did I choose this face, right? And this goes back to, you know, things like Romana, you know, choosing, you know, what form she's going to take and so on and so forth. And there was some setup. There was that line from the Doctor, oh, is the future all woman? Well, we could only hope.
Right.
That would have been Capaldi's opportunity for, why does he change his gender now? Not just why does he choose a certain face when he becomes Capaldi, why does he choose to be female? And there could have been some great storyline about, what does it mean to be female? What has he lost? You could even make a reference back to, I used to be a grandparent, you know, and so on and so forth. And women bring life into the world and blah, 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 and this and that. Maybe I don't want to be a doctor anymore. Maybe I want to be a mother, or, you know, whatever. There could have been some purpose for the Doctor being female and actually explore it. They did none of that. It was just, look at, we made the Doctor a woman now. Now let's go back and change the history so the Doctor started out as a woman of color.
Right.
You know?
Clobber in Time is saying, Susan was left behind in the 22nd century or thereabouts. And that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter what time Susan was in, because the TARDIS would go and find her at that time.
Exactly.
And also here, he points out something else. He says, Tennant was the meta-crisis Doctor. It counted as a regeneration according to Time of the Doctor.
Right.
But it was dumb. All of these things and what you're saying just now, Troy, they all lend themselves to the same problem, which is not that what you said is a problem. What you're saying is trying to repair the problem.
Right.
Which is that these writers keep trying to change the rules that have already been established.
Yeah.
And they're not changing them for good reasons. They're changing them because they don't want to have to deal with them.
Yeah.
And it's like, I hate to break it to you, but you don't get to change the rules because they're inconvenient. So if you aren't smart enough to figure out how to write within the rules, then maybe you don't need to be writing in this franchise.
There's a reason I don't take apart a 45 semi-automatic to try to clean it and rebuild it. I don't know how.
Right.
But I can take apart and rebuild my Ruger Wrangler. It's you
right.
know what you can do. And it's the same thing here. If you are given the keys to the kingdom, you have a responsibility. If you don't have the skill set, it's not up to you to just change things to fit you. You need to get out and put someone else in that can. What were you going to say?
Everyone forgets about Tennant's daughter in that one episode.
Yeah, that was the other thing. We also have the Doctor's daughter. Everybody wants to know what happened with her. That's a dangling thread that, I don't know.
I'd say there's no dangling thread bigger than Susan. There's
true. No, you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah. And I mean,
actually, I would love to have seen in your scenario her first companion. She runs into Jenny, and
yeah, it would.
You're my what? That would make her. That would make Jenny her aunt. Her younger companion is her aunt. That would be funny.
Yeah, until she regenerated into an equal-aged person.
Yeah,
she's regenerated at the end of the special because Carol Ann Ford can't carry on in
right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
But that's the whole thing. It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me how these writers, this new crop of writers used to respect the rules. They used to actually say, "I'm coming into a legacy property. I know how to respect the rules." These writers, they're like, we're better than the rules. The rules are beneath us. We don't have to respect this material.
No, it's even worse than that. They say it's fiction. We can make up whatever we want. See, and that's like, no. That's not how literature works.
Right.
It's not how storytelling works.
Right.
We've said this about Star Trek so many times. Star Trek back in, the 80s, Mike Okuda, Rick Sternbach, they had technical manuals, they had Bibles, they had, these were the rules and chronologies, and they laid these out. Yes, they ended up publishing them for the fans because they knew they'd make money on it, but they used them in-house for the writers. And they would say, well, how does this technology work? Can we do this storyline that I have? Well, we've never really fleshed it out, so it does now, and we'll work it in. Or no, that absolutely doesn't work. We're going to have to do something else. Or maybe it's not the Federation technology. Maybe it's someone else's. They would think these things through. They don't put in that kind of effort into this stuff anymore. And the key is the reason, and we'll use Star Wars for the example, the reason Disney went and spent $5 billion to buy Lucasfilm wasn't because they were buying an IP. They were buying an IP that came with an existing fan base.
Right.
They were buying a money-making machine. And what Kathleen Kennedy and her cronies did was, we don't want those fans anymore.
Right.
They took all the insides out of the money-making machine, threw in a bunch of crap they wanted, and it's putting out shit.
Yeah. It's the most backward strategy you'll ever see.
I am the first one when someone says Disney is just a money-making blah, 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 evil company. It's like, if that was true, then good, because then we would get what we want, because we're the ones with the money. Greed, for lack of a better word, is good.
But it's also misplaced greed on their part, because they're
exactly.
Yeah, we're not going to go for the audience that's built in, that's kept this thing alive when no new material was actually happening. Like, they literally kept the flame alive when there was nothing new coming out for decades on end, but we don't want them. We want this unproven, untested group over here that we don't even know if they're going to care about this.
The fact is that the model that Kathleen Kennedy had, we need to look to the future, we need the next generation, whatnot, is sound, but not by, you don't let go of one ring of a ladder before you grab the next.
Right.
And when Force Awakens was building up that year, there was TV commercials from the licensees for the batteries and the toys and whatnot that got more hype going for the film than the film itself, because it showed these things of these parents that were into Star Wars handing it off to their kids, bonding over that. And I was like, if that's what this is going to be, this is awesome, you know? And I saw it happen with my buddy Skipper Kenner, who was just in the chat a little while ago. He handed off our Star Wars, the original 3, to his kids with the prequels. And I saw them bond over that. I'm like, that's how you keep Star Wars going.
Right.
That was not what they did.
No.
They cut off the parents. The parents stopped going. The kids aren't going to go because they don't have an interest in it without the parents. And you're left holding an empty sack. Congratulations, Lucasfilm. Star Wars is a dead brand.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, it gets even wilder when you think about how there's this tug of war in fan cultures where they want things. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't stay sacrosanct and keep something going indefinitely.
Right.
I actually, and I did it in a video recently where I said it's okay for stories to end. That also includes characters. Right. I believe that you should always choose the rules over perpetuity. I think if you have to choose, rules are better than perpetuity, right?
Yeah.
So when we sit here and say rightfully that, you know, only William Shatner could play Kirk, and when William Shatner's done playing Kirk, Kirk's character in the Trek mythology goes away, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's a good policy. I also believe that a franchise like Doctor Who, for example, which set up a rule of 12 regenerations, should have been brave enough, regardless of the misfires or maybe even bad seasons in the intervening decades here and there. They should have said, for better or worse, this character ends at 12 regenerations. This is our last turn at the back.
Now it's even worse, because now after the Timeless Child, there are 0 stakes. The Doctor can't die, has infinite number of regenerations.
Mm-hmm. So why did the Time Lords have to gift him more anyway? See, that retcon broke the other retcon. So you're going, wait a sec. All of that is a mess that becomes haram. It becomes apocrypha. Yeah. And it's apocrypha within canon. So you're looking at this stuff and you're going, this is why sticking to the rules that you set down is important. Right. And I don't care if some fans want things to stay sacrosanct, but also want, in this case, the Doctor to continue forever. You have to look at that person, grab them by the collar and go, those two things cannot exist in the same place at the same time.
I'm sorry, you cannot have fish with red wine. You just can't.
Right. You know? You're sitting there and you're saying, look, man, you want it to stick with the rules, but you want the Doctor as the Doctor, this character to go on forever. I hate to break it to you. You're going to have to choose. And
you either get your canon or you get the Doctor going on and you change canon. Do you know the answer to this question? Index 6 is asking, did Kathleen Kennedy, I'm assuming when he says make, produce the movie Big with Tom Hanks?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean,
Well,
her name
Google's your
appears
friend.
on a whole bunch of films that, let's face it, she produced. Produced means she put some money into it as an investment, and her name appears on it. That doesn't mean she actually had any role other than getting people coffee.
Right.
But Netter's looking it up because that's what she does. But I am looking at the time, and it went by so fast. I have totally taken an excessive advantage of you tonight, Michael, because I have enjoyed our time together so much. I think we need to start wrapping this up.
Hey, you do what you got to do. It's your show. I'm here for you. So
Well,
when I commit to being on a show, I
okay, so I guess we got about another 8 hours. No,
I'm just simply pointing out that like I'm not somebody when it's a night show, I'm just like, I clear my schedule. So whatever the show requires is now, obviously if it was a Mauler, EFAP thing, then I'd be like, look, guys, I can't go 64 hours streaming. I'm going to have to.
No,
bail
exactly,
out. But,
exactly.
She has nothing to do with big.
She didn't. Okay, so there you go. I didn't know what the connection there was, but I figured let's get the answer. But Michael, again. My hope when I originally reached out to you, you were still under 100,000. So I was like, oh, maybe I could get you 2 more subscriptions from my little community. Then when it was announced and you're way past that now, I'm like, well, okay.
I don't even know what happened. I was just like, what the hell? Like I couldn't believe it.
I hear a lot of YouTubers say that. It's like, you go through these spurts and then suddenly you're like, holy crap, what just happened? But nonetheless, I hope that you got something out of tonight, because I sure did. I really did.
Look, man, I'm happy to come hang out with good people that I already know. I'm not.
Yeah.
Look, I know you act like I've made this big sacrifice, but this was fun for me. Like I get to come sit and talk with you finally and Netter in real time, and I also get the privilege of having both of you on camera for the first time on the show that I was on, which is like feather in my Robin Hood cap over there. So like it's just a whole thing. I don't sit around being like, well, I've done you a favor, kiss the ring. Like it's
Well, no, I know that about you, but at the same time, yes, I know you don't have the inflated ego that one might expect of an over 100,000 subscribers, but I see the content you're putting out and the regularity you do it with, much higher quality, so I know the amount of effort that goes into the editing of that kind of stuff. So I'm sitting here going, does he even have time for some extra, sit around and BS with somebody?
No, it's fine. It's really fine. Like the only thing that keeps, like, I wouldn't be working at 10 o'clock at night. So it would be this is like a time to do a show.
Sure.
Whereas the thing I've worked a little bit on the latest video that should have been done a week and a half ago, but I went down with this stupid cold or whatever it was, and not COVID. We checked. But I've been limping along with that, but no, I'm not even in a condition to be working 10 or 11 o'clock, hunched over a camera, trying to get shots of little G.I. Joes with their weapons falling apart and stuff. Like I would literally be breaking microfevers and probably collapse on a teddy bear in there.
That video at the beginning of this one was my first time trying to do action figures and, get the shot and whatnot. And it was miserable.
Oh yeah.
We filmed it with our phone. And originally what I had wanted to do was I had the video of the guy talking about all 20 for the mail away for Boba Fett. I was basically doing a parody of that. And it starts out on a long shot of him that zooms in on the figures. We couldn't figure out any way to do a zoom. We couldn't do it with our phone. We couldn't do it with our regular stand camera because it's not really meant to be a video camera. It just takes like 15-second
Yeah, so if you can recommend
videos.
a good video camera.
Yeah, I mean, I got to get myself a good filming camera for this.
I'm an odd duck in that regard because a lot of your vloggers and a lot of people that just do a single setup where they just sit down and talk in front of their camera and they love those DSLRs where they have like Canon, 5D or whatever, and they love using Canon 5D or something in that family, which is basically looks like a digital version of a 35 millimeter camera where they figured out it has a really nice video mode. That's how that all got started. Digital single lens reflex, whatever it's called, DSLR, and interchangeable lenses, and you end up bankrupting yourself buying a whole range of lenses to put on.
Yeah.
I worked with those in corporate video, and I was like, at the time, they were like, "Oh, well, we bought a shoulder mount for it, and it looked like an erector set from hell." And I was like, "What is that?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, this piece of equipment was $7,000." And I'm like, when I can literally grab a solid body camcorder and go like this and not have any equipment to buy to make that possible. They were like, well, this has got this and its clarity and this and that. And I'm like, I recognize that. But I need something that makes sense, that's versatile, maybe not as versatile as having $25,000 or $50,000 worth of extra lenses. I don't want that, but I want something that'll kind of be a jack of all trades. I need something that's going to kind of do it all. Maybe not do it all perfectly. Here's what I need. I need Mario from Super Mario 2. I don't need Luigi, who can jump the highest. I don't need the princess that can jump the farthest. I don't need Toad, who's the fastest and the strongest. I need the guy who can do kind of all of it okay. I need Mario. Yeah. And so what I ended up doing was jumping into the Canon XF family, which is they're solid body camcorders. I started out with the Canon XF 100, which we used for several years. We still have it as like a backup. Sure. And then I ascended to the Canon XF 400, but it's a solid body camcorder. Some of the things the XF 100 actually does a little better, but every one of these cameras, when you upgrade it, you get cool new things and then you lose some things.
I hate that. Why do you have to get rid of something that was already good,
Yeah, it like the Canon XF 100 was really good for rack focuses. The focus ring on it really acted like, a true analog film camera.
Yeah.
Like it was, well, this new XF 400, it can shoot in 4K. It has a much better image overall, much better autofocusing technology, much better white balancing technology. It's overall a much more kick-ass camera. I won't deny it. Much more user-friendly and like you can do more by yourself. Like I don't have to have Melinda help me as much and stuff. But that focus ring, you can't use it the way you could in a professional setting, no matter how you tinker with the adjustment settings on.
Yeah.
So my rack focuses now are all cheats. My rack focuses now I've learned I have to deliberately throw everything out of focus in manual, and then I start the shot, and then very carefully hit the button to turn it to autofocus. So it goes. I cheat rack focuses now all the time because I can't do what I did with the other camera.
Gotcha.
So that's just one example, but overall, I'm glad I have the XF 400. I use it all the time. I now have two of them. So, but they are like prosumer. They're like edging towards the professional grade Canons, like the 5D and stuff, but they're the solid body camcorders. I find them more useful, but your mileage may vary. Like you might go in and test them all out and go, like you go to Best Buy and you can actually test out a lot of the models. And you might find, ooh, I like the DSLR style better. And it's like, all right, well, go with God and buy all your lenses, and I hope everything works out. I'm going to stick with my little.
Yeah. No, I get it. And I would have been remiss. I'm glad Netter brought up the question.
As a matter of fact, I'm literally walking through this door and coming right back out.
Okay, no, that's fine. I appreciate you asking the question, though, because I would have been stupid to not take advantage of someone, with this much knowledge, to kind of help me out here. He's been at it for over a decade. I'm going on my third year. So
this is the XF 400, and it's it's got your SD cards, on the your SD card slots, and what I like about it too is that it's got actual XLR audio jacks here.
Oh, nice.
So you're not having to like use a micro jack like you are with the DSLRs and stuff. You have to put so much peripheral stuff on a DSLR. It looks like after you're done to make it a production camera, it looks like it's on life support. Like I love this camera is by and large a really great camera. I really like it. So
cool.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
That's going to help me out a lot. It's not something that's going to happen anytime real soon.
Sure.
It might.
Well, yeah, you're going to do your Google foo. You're going to see what it costs. Yeah, I know how you are. But no, thank you so much. So now, obviously, most everyone here in the chat already follows you, probably on Patreon and so forth, so knows exactly what you got coming up. But if anyone doesn't, what do you got coming up in the next couple weeks that you might want to share about?
Well, I'm finishing up sort of a companion piece from a very early video I did a long time ago. It's called G.I. Joe the Original 14, and it's a companion piece to my G.I. Joe the Original 13 from many years ago. I'm doing it in the same style with kind of the same visual style, and what it is it's giving my impressions of the action figures of those characters, but from the 25th anniversary line from 2007 instead of the original 1982-83 line. And so you get kind of this comparison of the vintage figures to their 25th anniversary counterparts. And then I'm working on a video about the new Lego Galaxy Explorer, which just came out.
I saw you talk about that.
Yeah. I'm doing a new Star Wars Follies called Product May Vary, which is all about variations in the action figures that you could see from 5 feet away. Like, I'm not getting into all the little...
No, I know the kinds of things you're talking about, though.
Yeah. So I'm doing that. And like a RetroBlasting video always is, I'm not going to just pull Google image search. I'm going to actually have the majority of the stuff in studio, on camera, to show people. And then after that, I'm writing up and rewatching Thundercats right now for the Thundercats Redux I'm doing with Lio Convoy. We're going to bring that 2-part retrospective back, and he's going to be part of it. Brand new, expanded, everything. But that's in prep. And then I'm doing some stuff for Patreon where I've got... I'm going through some of my Masters of the Universe Origins pickups. Talking about those on Patreon as an exclusive for some of the tiers. There's a lot going. I still need to do my Playmobil Back to the Future not retrospective, my Playmobil Back to the Future rundown video of the feature of the whole.
Right.
I need to talk about the new Playmobil A-Team and Knight Rider cars. I got those. Those are amazing. I've got a lot of different things that I'm trying to. That Terrordrome restoration, which I just want to walk into the ocean every time I think about it. I've got a number of different videos that are in various states of completion.
You doing the Terrordrome restoration is kind of like the me doing the Cantina diorama from scratch that I'm working on. That's going to be. I'm hoping to get that done sometime before I die.
Yeah. I mean, I've got things that are still lingering because I haven't been able to find certain pieces. Like, I'd have done Defenders of the Earth 4 years ago if I could have found some of the vehicles by now, but I've never found them in complete condition. So some of these things just take time. I mean, it's just, sure, I could have pulled a photo off of Google, but it's like, I just don't want to do that. Like,
you just hit on something that it's another reason why I love not only your channel, but a lot of the channels in the community. You will get something from viewers, do a box opening, and you have this reaction like a kid on Christmas. It's kind of like Melinda finding her little ponies again. You do this. You've got some great videos that I love to see. Tony does this. He'll get something and he'll go, dude, this is, and he's completely gobsmacked, and it's like, I love seeing that. I know that's why people you know, hey, I've got this thing. I'm not doing anything with it. I know this would mean so much to so-and-so. I know he'll do a video about it. I'm going to send it to him.
Mm-hmm.
We did that for Maxwell Entertainment.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
had been
gosh.
talking about wanting one of the brown...
The George Dickel of Tennessee bottles. That's the Saurian
Oh,
brandy.
yeah.
and he was saying how he would love to have one. But
We have a
bought-
bunch of them.
we bought a bunch of them when we figured out what they were. I bought a bunch of them in different sizes. So I rep one up for him, sent it off to him. He did a video of unboxing it, going, "What is this?" Because we told him it's like you have to do an unboxing on video.
On camera.
Right.
He did it
Yeah.
as a live stream.
And they pulled the thing out. It was just like,
That look, just you know.
And now
it's like,
every time he does a stream and we're, in the chat, he'll be like, "I got this from Netter and Troy."
But I think that's the best thing about the community is that because the reach is so wide, it's not just your group of 10 friends here, that have access to all the same stores. You've got friends across the country. It's like, I can't find this figure. Oh, I got a ton of those.
Right.
That's all I see in our aisle. I'll send you one. You know? What do you want for it? Well, you know what? You help me out next time I need one. You know?
We did the same thing for Bosque Bounty.
Yeah, we sent.
He was looking for something,
we
and we sent
literally
it to him.
found an old, because I've got stuff packed away since 1992. I found a mint in package on card Bosque figure. I sent it to him, like, didn't know if you had this or not. And he goes, I didn't have it on card. Thank you. It's like,
And there was another figure he was looking for that we had an extra of. We sent him that one too.
yeah. I mean,
Just like, here.
I think the heartbreaking thing was we never asked for any donations. People just were generous and they wanted to surprise us with stuff. And and the heartbreaking part was as we were of course being grateful and accepting stuff, we would start to get messages from people saying, "Oh, I saw the video where you opened my parcel and thank you so much and I just love seeing your reaction and stuff." And then they would mention things like, I've sent donations to some channels before and they open it up like it's surgery and they don't really react and it's kind of like they did not mention who the channels were and they've been disputed about that, but it's happened multiple times. And I'm kind of like, wow. So there have been a few people who have asked me good-naturedly, not with any suspicion, if I'm putting on an act when I'm opening a box.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, because I have no idea what's in there, and everything that's always in there is given so much thought, and I'm blown away that people are this generous. And so it breaks my heart to know that there are some people who are just so robotic about donations of generosity. They just treat it like it's expected, or this is just chattel. Like I think
it's that same mentality we were talking about before, where you get to a point where you're so big you think who the hell you are, as opposed to the person who's like, I'm just another guy interacting with someone who's another person on the other end of this computer.
Yeah.
And he was generous enough to share a gift with me.
Yeah. It really, I mean, one time one guy sent me a handmade replica of the Grail Diary. Like he did every single insert and every single ticket stub that was in the pages.
Nice.
Every single page. And it was hand aged buffalo leather cover.
Yeah.
Like it was, and I was just like, good Lord. Like I couldn't believe somebody would go to that effort without being asked. Like, not even like, that's gotta be a very expensive prop replica to make on a commission. And this guy just sent it to me for free.
And I look at that, and I've done stuff like that, and I know exactly what the mentality is that goes into it. You do this thing as a labor of love. You're finished with it, and you go, now what do I do with this?
Right.
You know what? That YouTuber that I really like, who's really Indiana Jones, I think it'd be better off with him. I'm just going to send it to him. I know it's going to a good home. That's how I kind of figure this stuff goes.
I have to believe that on some level too, but it's still mind blowing.
It is. Like, sure it is.
It's still just like, oh my God, like you literally could have sent like a package of Peeps and I would have been just as over the moon about it, but you sent a Grail diary.
She loves Peeps.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't know. The generosity of this community is mind blowing, and the fact that some people have been taken for granted in that way is heartbreaking. I don't mean to bring the conversation down. What I mean is that's probably one of the reasons why people like yourself and me and Tony and other people are always so amped when someone sends us something, because you know, that's always in the back of my mind too. It's like, don't take the community for granted.
And I guess that's why, you know, I think we've had a great conversation. I don't think I got Chris Farley on you, you know.
No, not that it would have mattered if you had.
You remember that video you did about the thing? That was great.
Yep. There's nothing in the Snake Mountain. Yep, I remember.
Yep. No, I think that's why we tend to kind of project on bigger channels. Oh, you know, I'm so used to the way some people are, you know, you meet your heroes and you find out, I guess I wouldn't be surprised, but, you know, I think there's enough people in the world that understand the way the world works, and you're never going to get a big head because you've lived life and you know that there's nothing good lies that direction.
Well, also the path to get to this magic 100K was long, arduous. It didn't happen overnight because of luck, like some people. And the things that happened along the way, where it was like the sail barge hoax accusation. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't even bring the conversation down with some of the other stuff that you're very well aware of. You know, the false accusations of crimes and
the whole interaction with the junk collector and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the repro cops and all the Hasbros and all that stuff. It's all
I got that one from you, the Hasbros.
Yeah, it's all people. Like I get at least one message a month from people, different people saying, "I will harass you until the day you die." Like I hate you and I hate everything you've said about this brand. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I'm a victim.
No, I get it. Yeah.
It sets you on a path that by the time you get to the place that other people got to by being like Chuckle House hype men, you are. How do I put this? You're not in a position psychologically at that point to change because you've been tempered over and over again to the point that you're already set where you're going to be. Like, you know what I mean?
I dig it. Yeah. And, you know, and that's why, and I got to remind myself of this too. You are so down to earth that when I see your video where you say, you know, you will not see this on my channel. You will not see that on my channel. You will not see wonky camera. And then the next video I do, I'm like, he's going to see this. And and honest, no, wait a minute. Before you say it, okay? I posted that tongue in cheek, knowing he's going to see this and he's going to give me some shit about this.
No.
And you comment and you're like, why do you think I would give you shit about this? And I'm sitting here reading this going, there's no tone in the written word. So he could be 100% genuine saying, why would I give you shit about this?
That's how
I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah.
But there's also the possibility, really? Why would I give you shit about this? I only did a video where I see, you know.
No, if you talk to me like this enough, you'll be able to know that the way I start certain phrasings, that phrasing is exactly like this when I typed it, because I type the way I talk. And so I was like, why would I give you shit about that?
Yeah.
Like that.
And I think I responded because I deserve it, because you just pointed out the problem. And I'm like, and honestly, that last video, that was horrible camera work. And I should have refilmed it. And I'm like, I like that take. I don't care that it sucks. I just want to get it out, you know?
Right. And eventually what you're also dealing with, as you said, you're dealing with not an ideal equipment arsenal.
Yeah.
So you're making things work. You're MacGyvering that video together.
Quite literally, yeah.
Now, when you get to a point where you have a dedicated camera and you start having more ease of use with the camera, then suddenly you're not going to be as accepting of that shot, because that shot will be easier to retake to get it right.
Yeah. Well, and there's also, I've been at this, as a hobby for 2.5 years. You've been doing this regularly for over a decade. You've got training, formal training. It's like, if I compare myself, I should not, that's crazy to do. I just appreciate that you don't do that and go, this noob.
It's been so long since I've done, up until we did Fire Hose of Fun, it was so long since I had done actual like actor shooting, like shot shooting.
Yeah.
That when we got to that whole V for Vendetta sequence at the end where I was mimicking V for Vendetta's climax montage or whatever, and we were shooting the whole thing where I'm coming in the door and Broken Vader is at the desk, and all that stuff I knew I had to match, and I was like, oh yeah, I've been shooting toys for 10 years now.
Yeah.
And I've been shooting little moments of Broken Vader hopping into frame,
right,
and whatever.
Right.
But I haven't been shooting sequences that have to time to music and they have to look a certain way and they have to.
Right.
And so I was really nervous. Like I was like, I don't know if this is going to come out right, because like we talked about it the beginning. I don't remember if it was us talking about it or maybe if it was me and somebody else. Lighting,
yeah.
It's like I'm not good at lighting. Like I'm just good enough that it'll show up and probably look crappy. So we were working with it, and thank God for modern LCD screens where you can actually see what's kind of
in camera. Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, okay, I know we're shooting it in 24p. I know what my shot compositions are. I know it, but will it play? Like, will this look okay? And we got it down, and I started looking at it in camera, and I was like, I'm glad I kept doing it until I was happy with it, because once I had the footage and I cut it together, I was really proud of that sequence. Like, I felt like it really came together. But don't don't assume for a moment that I just walked in there and was like, all right, let's do this. I was shaking in my boots.
I'll tell you, I love those scripted, things that you've done over the years. At the same time, I also go, I can't even imagine how long it takes to film something like that. Mm-hmm. And if he did a significant amount of that all the time, we'd get one video every 4 times a year, twice a year, maybe.
Yeah. Especially if Melinda had to set up that many dominoes every time. I mean, she had to teach herself how to do a domino fall, and then she had to teach herself how to build it on a grid that they use, and then she had to teach herself how to do that shape on that grid, and then she had to test it, and that took like half a day just to test it. And then we had like 4 or 5 cameras on that, like one over the foyer, hanging over the foyer, and like 2 from the sides and 1 on the ground, and we only had 1 take to get it right, or else we were going to be a whole nother day. And the stupid thing about it is that, like a moron, I left that one last domino there to stay upright, but I didn't bother to secure it to the floor. So I just let it go with God that it was going to be fine, like a naive idiot. And you'll see it in real time. The other dominoes fall, and just the impact of the ground makes that domino go, and it stayed up. I realized after that moment, I was like, that could have gone horribly wrong. Yeah. And if that domino had fallen, I don't know what I would have done, because that domino was different from the other dominoes. It actually had curved edges. So we couldn't even get it back, standing back up after anyway, the point is that even with all the prep, you can still make dumb oversights, and things can go badly, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, some of your favorite, and I guess I am going to get a little Chris Farley on you here, like that classic one that you've used in your opening with the laser tag, and Melinda shoots the target. That was, I think the first time we saw it in the openings all the time, but when I finally saw the video proper, I said to Nanette, I'm like, she's like your spiritual twin sister. I mean, this is just, I could totally see that us in real life,
This is not a toy.
Oh yeah, this is not. Oh gosh,
not a toy.
She's a big one like that. I'm like, but I want to open it up and display it. She's like, it's not a toy. Okay.
Yeah, most Japanese chigokins aren't. Yeah.
No, exactly. But anyway, let me bring this to a close real quick. I'm not gonna do what I usually do and go through everybody's channels and what we got coming up in the next week. You guys all that are already in the community know it. For everyone who's new, tomorrow night later tonight on Netter's channel, we'll be doing a rewatch of Nightmare on Elm Street. Cosme link will be provided, so if you don't have your own DVD, which you should, always own physical media, you can watch along with us. It's Netter's first time seeing the movie as far as she remembers, so I think it'll be a fun time. Sunday, over on Boomer's channel, link down below, I will be, as always, co-hosting Geeky Geezers, where we bring you the week's breakdown of the Week in Geek. Kind of a long-form version of the Man-Child News, which I have come to very, very much enjoy. I know that I'm on Mr. Matchstick's channel on Tuesday. We're doing a commentary on some DC animation that I got to double check and make sure I've watched so I can talk about it coherently. I will have his I will put up the stream when he posts it on my community tab. And that brings us around to next week, where my special guest will be I don't remember because I've got it scheduled out. Oh, the Vagrancy Horror. Introduce you to a channel about I believe an up-and-coming horror writer who is sinfully undersubbed. Come out, find out about him. We'll talk with him and find out how one puts together a YouTube channel around horror short stories. That is the week in review. Michael, anything that you want to share last minute before we end this ball of wax?
I can't think of anything. I just appreciate the invite.
I appreciate you not only making the time for me, but putting in, I don't want to count how many hours we've been on streaming tonight. I normally don't. I go 2 hours and I'm done. But we were just having so much fun. I super, super appreciate it. No, Wolfie, boy, you just made it in under the wire. Thanks for stopping by tonight.
I just hope your better half is okay with us going 4 hours. So,
no worries. It's not like I have to drive home.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's a good point. But
Okay.
I hope your better half is feeling better.
Yes.
I'll let you know.
Go check on her and make sure she's okay.
I ain't waking her up. There ain't no way.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant, you know what I meant.
Yeah.
No, don't wake her up. But,
No.
yeah. Anyway, stay with me. We'll say our goodbyes in the green room. I'm going to put this one to bed. Thank you so much. And everyone, we will definitely be catching you on the next one. Take care.
Good night, ladies.
Good night, sir.
Hit it, sweetheart.